You're watching BCTV. We're all about Branford. You're watching BCTV, Branford Government Television, a service of Branford Community Television. This program is brought to you in part through the support of the town of Branford.
Then why don't we call this meeting of the Branford Planning Zoning Commission to order? Is that okay?
Recording in progress.
Ready to go.
Okay, we'll call this meeting of the Branford Planning Zoning Commission to order. My name is Chuck Anderson, Chair, and I'm going to go through and see what other commission members, if I say your name, if you could announce that you're here. Joe Chadwick, are you here?
Joe Chadwick and his fancy headset are here.
Excellent, love that. Joe Viuso. Joe, can you hear us?
Yes, Joe Viuso's here.
Excellent. Fred Russo. Fred, are you here?
Fred Russo, present.
Excellent. Marcy Pelusi, are you here?
Marcy, present.
Great. Sharon Hutner. Sharon, are you here?
Sharon Hutner is here.
And Massimo Liguri, we don't see Massimo. Massimo, are you here? I don't think he is. Is that correct? Right. So, and our staff this evening is our town planner, Harry Smith, and Evan is off this evening, going to see his mom for his 70th birthday, I understand. And I understand that Michelle Martin, our clerk recording secretary, is also participating.
Yes.
So with that, we welcome everyone to our remote zoning meeting for Thursday, June 2nd. We'll follow our normal format for public hearings, which is that the applicant will go first, make its presentation. After the applicant's done, we turn it over to the commission members and staff. Typically have a staff summarize a staff report if the staff has done one, have questions from commission members, and then we'll open it up to the public. And I'll ask Harry to review the process for public participation for that. And when we're done with the public process, then we go back to allow the applicant to have the last word. We may or may not continue the public hearing. It's certainly not unusual to have a public hearings extend 1 or 2 or 3 or longer evenings for complex or other applications. So with that, Harry, can you review with us the process for the public and applicant to participate in the Zoom process?
Sure. We ask that all members of the public identify themselves by name and title if you have one each time they speak. Members of the commission will do likewise. I will also do that. If you want to speak, you'll notice that you're probably muted if you've entered the meeting. If you're a member of the public, you can raise your hand in quotes by clicking the raise hand button, which I believe is the participant button at the bottom of the screen. You can also do that through the reactions button in the lower bar of the screen on your computer. If you're joining by a mobile application, I believe you can click more in the lower right corner and select raise hand that way. And if you're joining by audio by phone, you need to dial *9. I think that's it. This is not usually my function. This is Evan's job. So hopefully I've covered everything. We do have a chat feature. I think we've in the past preferred that folks make their comments directly to the commission rather than through the chat. If I see something, I'll try to highlight that and bring it out, but I can't promise I'm going to be able to follow the chat along with everything else in the meeting. And you do not, if you're not going to speak, you do not need to add your name at the bottom of your little box there, but if you are, you should do that. I guess that's all I've got. Thank you.
Great, Chuck Anderson here. Thank you, Harry. With that, we'll proceed with our agenda. We'll start with, first of all, I didn't ask Marcy, is there any notice of public hearings we need to read?
Yes, there is. Are we ready for it?
Yes, we are, if you can read that.
Okay. The legal notice for the town of Branford. The Planning and Zoning Commission of the town of Branford, Connecticut hereby gives notice of public hearings to be held on Thursday, June 2nd, 2022 at 7 p.m. by remote technology to consider the applications listed below. Information regarding how to participate in the public hearings will be provided on the commission's meeting agenda that will be posted on the town's website at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. 1, application number 22-4.4, zoning regulation amendment to amend the zoning regulations and moratorium to allow a hybrid retailer cannabis establishments. Attorney Timothy M. Herbst, applicant. Item number 2, application number 22-4.5, special exception for a hybrid retailer cannabis establishment located at 471 East Main Street, Blue Point Apothecary LLC, care of Anne Marie Zamba, applicant. Two Dogs LLC, care of Mark Milano, owner. Application number 22-4.6, special exception modification for a two-family home located at 33 West End Avenue, RCM Capital LLC, care of Frederick Regal, applicant and owner. At said hearings, all persons will have the right to be heard. Copies are on file in the Planning and Zoning Commission's office at the Planning and Zoning Department, 1019 Main Street, Branford, Connecticut, 06405. Written communications may be sent to the above address or to planning and zoning at branford-ct.gov. Thank you very much.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Marcy. With that, we'll start with our public hearings going through our agenda. Items number 1 and 2 are a continuation of the Buckley Road special exception open space residential development applications, and if those are officially the applicant is Monowese Building LLC, and the owners are Joan and Ann Hines. Branford Building Supplies. And it's a special exception for grading, and also the special exception coastal site plan for the open space residential development. This is a continuation of public hearing we've had over a number of evenings, and I see the applicant's attorney, Ms. Suchins, is here. And Ms. Suchins, are you ready to proceed?
Mr. Chairman, before we get going, I just want to note that Massimo Liguri has joined the meeting.
Oh, great, thank you. Ms. Suchins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amy Suchins, attorney at Hurwitz, Sager, and Salzburg and Nuff. For the record, for the applicant, with me tonight, as previously, is Dave Sacco, our project engineer from TPA, Vinny and Sarah Giordano on behalf of our client, and also on our call tonight, and we'll explain, is Joe Schiffer, who is the architect that we've brought in, and we'll explain Joe's role in some revisions that have been submitted. So since the last time we were here last month, we had submitted a number of items. The first one of which was probably now about 3 weeks ago. Mr. Sacco submitted a maintenance plan to address a couple of the issues that had been raised at the May 5th meeting with respect to the ongoing maintenance of the stormwater system. So that letter outlines and could be incorporated into the common interest documents or condition of approval, the requirements for the stormwater management. It's regular inspection, maintenance, those types of things. So that was one sort of administrative item. The second item was that we had been asked at the May 5th meeting as well to find out whether the Branford Land Trust would have any interest in the open space, given that at the last meeting we learned the town would not. There was still some interest. Through Mr. Schiffer, actually, we reached out to the Land Trust. That is not, we're continuing a conversation, but I think the best explanation is that they have a sort of in-depth process by which they evaluate land for acquisition, even if it's a donation, and the various pieces and components to that. So we have a better understanding of what they would like to know and understand about the process, and we're continuing to do that. But obviously any kind of detail about that would would occur, would take much longer than would be available in a planning and zoning process. So our expectation is that, and what we would request is that if there's an approval granted, obviously we are willing to continue talking to the land trust and evaluate that, but we remain willing and open to the idea that the property open space remain in the within the homeowners association control, and the land trust would be the fallback. And then the most notable item is that there were revisions to the proposed site plan that addressed a number of the concerns that have been, or issues that have been raised during the course of the public hearing process, whether it was on the part of Mr. Smith in evaluating whether we could provide some duplex units, some of the questions from the neighbors about whether there is anything, particularly the neighbors along Brightwood Lane, about whether there's anything we can do to improve the flooding situation they have along the property line. And so there is a revised site plan that was submitted to you. I'm just going to share my screen so we can just all look at the same thing. And then Dave will go into the details. But most specifically, what you see here is a revised plan that contains 12 units, with the difference being that 4 of the units, so there are 2, Unit 2 and Unit 3, and Unit 9 and Unit 10 are now duplex units. The intention is to have those, as Mr. Smith had requested, present some opportunity to reconfigure and eliminate some of the disturbance on the site, and also, as Dave will explain, minimize the need for some of the rock excavation directly adjacent to Unit 4, which has been a subject of discussion. So the underlying engineering has not radically changed. Everything that you'll see, and Dave will talk through, is basically refinements of what has already been presented. And then the only other thing I wanted to highlight for you is the, sorry, hold on a second. We did have the, and this is the first time you'll all be seeing this, was the, we submitted this to the staff a little while ago via email, is that these would be the preliminary exterior elevations on those duplex units. They are designed, as you see, to be side by side, as I said, on units 9 and 10 and 2 and 3. So that's the general overview. If you have any questions about that, Mr. Schiffer's available, but this is just the basic design intent for those units. So with that, I will turn it over to Dave Sacco to talk about some of the more technical revisions.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen at this point? You should be seeing the colored up site plan.
Yes, we can, Dave.
Okay, thank you. Just to highlight the changes that Amy has already discussed, there are 4 homes now in 2 attached configurations, 2 and 3 and 9 and 10. What that allowed us to do was to open up space between units 3 and 4 and preserve a significant amount of the existing rock outcrop. It also allows us to take units 11 and 12 and slide them down the hill south a little bit, so that we've managed to reduce the amount of rock removal that may be necessary in order to fit unit 12 in, and move that away from the slope and from the Brightwood neighbor, the Marshall Place neighbors slightly. Otherwise, in terms of the utilities, there's no significant changes. The general grading approach remains very similar. we've, tweaked grading a little bit where the units are, tweaked the slope grading around the rock knob and here at unit 12. But the general pattern is substantially the same. The drainage system has not changed. It remains the same configuration of structured drainage for the roadway, along with swales to retain, infiltrate, and convey runoff from the home sites. What we have done in response to questions that were asked, we took a look at the feasibility of lowering the swale or modifying it in some way so that it accepted runoff from the rear of the Brightwood Lane homes. That really wasn't practical. By the time we got it low enough so that it accomplished that, what it meant is that we would have had to have graded significantly down toward the wetland limit in order to make that work, in order to get downhill all the way from the far end behind unit 1 down to the wetlands here. So what we've done instead is that we've identified some locations where we can put in yard drains on the property, close to the property line, in areas that are low-lying relative to the neighboring properties, connect them up and discharge them separately. We really can't connect them through the pipe drainage system because our lowest outlet is up around elevation 11, and the lowest out, these yard drains are down, or the frame elevations are as low as elevation 6. So if we had an event where we heavily charge the system on top of the hill with runoff, we don't want the yard drains to become an inadvertent point where water can overflow out of the system. The top of our retention pipe here is actually higher than these yard drains would be. So the only way to protect it if it were connected would be some sort of backflow valve. And that's, it's not something that's long-term, it's a maintenance issue. So what we've done is we're looking at adding yard drains so that, when there is ponding that occurs on the neighboring properties in a very severe storm, as has been the case, hopefully we're able to capture some of that and send it around and, more directly pipe it away. So the effort is limited somewhat. We can only work on our property. This is an area where there's a lot of existing vegetation that we're also trying to preserve in order to maintain screening. So I think this is something that's going to have to be field adjusted once we get going, if this is approved, and see what we can do, and hopefully in a collaborative manner with the neighbors at that point. That's really the nature of the changes that have been made. I think the only other thing I would highlight would be that, the landscaping plan was modified with respect to the duplex units. We've moved the plantings to the end. Tree plantings along the roadway remain very similar. Street lighting is unchanged. So all in all, conceptually, it's very, very similar to what we've seen previously. So with that, I will return it to Amy and Joe if she wishes.
Great. Thanks, Dave. The only other thing that I did want to mention, because we had been waiting for that and I neglected it to mention at the start, the town attorney, Bill Anaskovich, did provide a memorandum yesterday to Mr. Smith and submitted to us as well, addressing the question about the section 611 and whether there was a creation of an interior lot. He agrees with my position that the interior lot interpretation would only apply if we are creating an interior lot, which we are not doing. So I just wanted to note that because we had been waiting for that, that has in fact been submitted for the record. So With that, like I said, we have no other affirmative presentation at this point. We have Joe Schiffer available if there's any questions about those renderings on the architectural elevations, or Dave is happy to answer any other questions. But I think what you see and see in the plans and heard from him is that this, we've worked within the existing limits and areas. So this is pretty much a fairly minor tweak to accommodate these two units becoming, or two areas becoming combined duplex units. So other than that, I'm happy to hear from any of the commission members, or if we're going to go to members of the public.
Chuck Andrews here. Thank you, Ms. Suchins. Harry, is there any additional comments from staff or other things that changes or additions or things you want to highlight? Harry, you're on mute.
Thank you. Getting in the swing of things again. Harry Smith, Town Planner. Just a couple of housekeeping items, and I'll make a couple of comments on the new plans. Michelle emailed all the new correspondence from the public today that we received since the last meeting. There should be 5 new emails, just to note that for the record. I believe those were shared with the applicant's team. Also, with reference to the discussion about communication with the land trust, I will just put up my screen quickly, though I notice there are members from the land trust here. They may want to speak directly to this. A statement I have received and have added to the record at the land trust's request. And that should be visible on the screen now, hopefully. And in the indented text is the statement from the land trust. And I'll let the commission, I believe, has gotten an email of this, but just in case you didn't get a chance to read that today. I apologize for all the emails. We received a lot of additional information on many applications today. So we tried to get that off to the commission so you'd at least have it, but I'm sure given everyone's schedule, it's almost impossible to have reviewed all of that. So if you want to take a couple of minutes to read this, stop talking.
Thanks, Harry.
Okay, I think that's sufficient. Anybody feel like they need more time to look at it? We can always put it back up, but I'll just stop with that. Also have a town council's memorandum here regarding question of the interior lot, applicability of the interior lot section. And I can either read this if you like, or I can leave this on the screen. This was sent again by email. Received this today as well. Or late last night, I believe, actually.
Sure. I think, Harry, you did. I acknowledge receiving it. So I think you did send it to us. I think the conclusion is that that he agreed with Attorney Suchin's interpretation of the regulation, that the interior lot provision did not apply to this provision.
Okay. So moving on to the new plans that were submitted, I did unfortunately not get a chance to review them to the degree I would have liked to, but I did review them fairly quickly. I think this is a step in the right direction to address some of the comments about trying to preserve the 2 topographical features, the 2 knolls, the small one here and the larger one here. Hopefully everyone can see my screen and see the layout. Yes, okay. I don't know, and we'll ask the applicant if there was any, given the changes to the site plan, were you able to reduce any of the fill at all? It's a question for Dave, possibly.
No, I mean, essentially the perimeter of the filling area remains the same, because we were sort of gaining space in the middle. We pulled back actually a little of the cut down at the north end, but the configuration of the homes at the south end is pretty much the same.
Okay, let me go to the grading sheet. So that's this area here was, okay.
Yep.
And that part of the small outcropping of rock was able to be preserved now. And this area here, I believe, is a large pile of earth material. It's
right.
not an existing feature.
Rock.
Right.
Yeah.
That's just a placement of fill on the property previously.
Correct.
I understand. I would have liked to see, a little, maybe additional duplexes and pulling back from the cut here and possibly a couple, any other change that would have preserved more of this. The other comment, I think it was raised previously, was trying to do something with sort of the rather arbitrary drop off of the fill. It's a 3-on-1 slope, meets the regulations, but it's a flat area here, basically, and then a flat area in the buffer from the tidal wetland with this, somewhat steep drop off where you have the end of the fill placement. I think that was noted, by one of the commission members. I think it was Marcy Pelosi, it was you. What could be done about that? I would personally like to see, a softened slope, even if it required some intrusion into the buffer, into the tidal wetland. But all these comments I've made previously, and I think that, like I said, this is a step in the right direction. I was hoping a little bit more could have been done. Outside of that, I'd like to reserve the right to make some additional comments. If the hearing's closed tonight, that could possibly be after the close of the hearing, but given the short time frame, I think that and the small changes to the drainage system, I would want to review with the town engineer. And do have one quick question, though. I don't want to, pretend to jump into his analysis, but I'm sure the yard drain pipe system that sort of comes down here was sized with some knowledge of the flow that might end up in it. I don't know how you estimated that, but if you could elaborate a little bit.
Sure. That was looking at the grading of the lots, the adjacent lots on Brightwood Lane. Generally speaking, what's happening is that the front of the lots drains toward Brightwood, the rear drains toward the rear of the lots, and this corner up here all comes down. So I looked at the GIS mapping at what the tributary area was, how much of that was house roof or pavement in order to estimate the runoff, and it was sized to be able to manage something like a 25-year storm without any backwater effects. So given what the current situation is, it's really an effort to provide a way for water that's ponding up in those kind of heavy events to get out efficiently. Since it is really designed to be looking at water that's coming from off-site and not from our site. It occurs downhill from our swale, so it's really a separate thing going on altogether.
Okay, thank you. The only question I have is, it appears now that there will be, you have 2 new duplex unit buildings to design, which we have elevations for. Will there be any other changes to the elevations of the other single-family detached structures as opposed to what is already on file, now that you have an architect on board?
No, Mr. Schiffer was really looking at the duplex units. We're not anticipating anything. Okay. Maybe there might be some, minor differences, but they're going to be, there's no redesign of the other units intended.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Chuck Candace, Chair. Thank you, Harry. Are there questions or comments from commission members before we open it up to the public? Any commission members have any comment to this before we open it up? Hearing none, then let's open it up to the public. Are there members of the public that wish to comment? And Harry, again, I think Harry explained that. You hit the raised hand feature. So are there any members of the public? It looks like, Harry, I'll just.
There are. I think Miss Lucas looks like she got in first, barely. So I'm going to ask her to unmute.
Hi, Barbara Lucas, 23 Brightwood Lane. Yeah, I was surprised today to see some new changes to the site plan. Obviously, we were surprised to see the addition of duplex units. I realized that was intended to relieve the concerns about blasting, particularly units 3 and 4. But now behind our property, we're going to be having a duplex plus a single family home. So that's squeezing 3 new neighbors in behind us. We live in R3 district. And if it was a conventional application, duplexes, I believe, are not permitted in the R3 district. And I was looking under zoning permits, and 2-family dwellings are permitted in R1 and R2, only 1 per lot. So because this development is a single lot, now we're looking at 2 duplexes coming in, which I think is out of the development pattern and the character of our immediate neighborhood. So at first glance, that's something I don't like. Also, I did read the attorney's positions related to interior lot development, section 611B2, and mostly we've been talking about it being limited to a single family dwelling per lot. And both attorneys concur that this only applies to the creation of a new lot, not the development of a previous lot. But I think that's what we're doing here. I mean, this application is taking 3 individual lots, and there's 3 technical applicants. There's taking 3 individual lots, and it's asking the commission to combine them to a new single lot. So if they had been asking to subdivide their lot, that would have been the creation of an additional lot. But I think we are creating a new lot that is larger to satisfy this site plan's bulk requirements. So I'm curious, everybody's curious, the guess is how the Connecticut courts will view the application of this regulation. I think the regulation is intended to keep a reasonable design, reasonable development pattern. And it's sensitive with interior lots so that people aren't overburdening. Clearly these are interior lots. They do not have public road frontage. And I think we are creating a new lot here. So I know both attorneys do agree that this regulation applies to created lots. I think we are creating a new lot here because we're redrawing the boundary lines. And I also appreciate the conversations with the Branford Land Trust, but it sounds like that's not going to be defined. Ms. Sushan said that their process is going to take longer than this application process probably allows. So we're still in the same circumstance where we don't know. They're going to go with the HOA most likely. But I think that it's still leaving it all up. We don't really know what the future of the open space is going to be. We don't really still know what the value of the open space and if anything new is coming in as an open space plan. So those are my comments on this phase of the application. I think the hearing should be extended so that we have time to actually review the new configuration. But obviously that's up to the commission. And thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Chuck Anderstair, thank you, Ms. Lucas. Carrie, who's next?
I think Mr. Terrell was next. I'm going to ask him to unmute.
Hi, yes, my name is Richard Terrell. I live at 15 Brightwood Lane. I have a couple of questions, basically, I guess, for Mr. Sacco. On page 9 of the site plan where it shows all the plant listings, in the drawing, it says that existing vegetation was going to remain. But then if you go back to page 6, you're now adding a 12-inch perforated pipe along the edge of our backyards. And in my backyard, I have a garden that runs along the whole backyard. And I have trees that are along the border, maybe a foot or two on the Buckley property. But again, it's the vegetation that is going to provide us with some privacy from this new development. And so I'm asking, personally, I don't believe the pipe is going to help. Okay, the way the topography, if you came onto the properties, those drains are not going to help. The water is not going to get to it. What's important to us is that the swale works. That's the whole idea. And that's why in one of the letters I wrote, I pressed for the maintenance, which I was glad to see that, they've agreed to submit a plan. Again, I just don't want to see all those trees that are on the edge of my property and the edge of Buckley property now removed for this 12-inch pipe. And now it's all open and we have no privacy. The other reason why I raised this question is, yes, they're going to be providing plantings. But if you look at the plantings that they're providing, they're installing plants that are 5 or 6 feet tall. By the time these plants grow to their maturity height, I know I'm going to be dead. And I'm sure a few other people on my street will have passed away too by the time it reaches that. So we need the trees and the foliage that already exists at the back of our properties to allow us to have some privacy. The last thing I want to talk about is on page 10 of the plan, it shows the lighting. Now, I live at 15 Brightwood Lane. My house is going to be behind the turnaround, the little cul-de-sac turnaround driveway. And I was looking at the lighting for the cul-de-sac. And it's number B or letter B, and it's going to have 8 lights, and I believe each one is going to project 5,690 lumens, if I'm interpreting that correctly. So if you think about that, you're talking about 45,000. If I'm correct, I may be wrong. The 5,690 that Mr. Sacco has on the chart, that may be the total lumens. I don't know. All right. But I'm looking at the number of lumens that it shows. Okay. And then the quantity of bulbs. If you multiply that, I now have 45,000 lumens right in my backyard. And if there's no vegetation there to block it, it's coming in my bedroom windows. And it's disrupting my life. And my question is, Are they going to remove that vegetation for this 12-inch pipe? That's not going to do anything. And am I correct about the number of lumens being 45,000 for the light on part B?
Chuck Andrews here. Thank you, Mr. Terrell. In the interest of efficiency, perhaps Mr. Sacco can address, those are fairly discrete questions. Perhaps you can address those.
Yes, certainly. This David Sacco, TPA Design Group. First of all, I'm not an expert in lighting. I can't speak to the lumen output of a particular fixture. The reason
Shows it in the diagram. Sorry.
Diagram is set up indicate the light level that is generated by each of these fixtures. These are highly directional fixtures. As you can see, the light envelope that's created from each of these fixtures is very asymmetrical. They're designed to throw light forward into the street. They're designed to minimize how much spills backward behind the fixture. If you look at this, what it is showing that at the farthest extreme of where it's throwing light, it's 1/10 of a foot candle of light before it hits the existing or proposed vegetation. These are full cutoff fixtures. They are designed very specifically to keep light. As you can see, we're trying to pick a fixture that not only doesn't affect the neighboring houses, it also doesn't annoy the people who are living in the development. These are fixtures that are selected very specifically to illuminate the roadway itself for safety reasons, not to provide high levels of illumination in general for the area. It is, yes, according to the specs, it is a 525 lumen output. The fixture, that's a fixture, that is not the LED. It has a number of LEDs. Each LED is not throwing out a fixed amount. And on net, in terms of what people generally refer to as the foot candle, a level of illumination, and 1/10 of a foot candle at the perimeter of the site is a negligible amount of light. And from a fixture that has a screened, a cutoff fixture head that is designed to not have the light source be visible from a distance so that it does not become a nuisance for the living in the development or in the neighborhood. With respect to
Mr. Sacco, could you address my question regarding the 12-inch pipe on page 6?
If you'll allow me to continue, yes, I will.
All right, okay. Sorry.
As I tried to point out before, we looked at the available options. We recognize that the screening is important. We don't have an interest in removing screening and vegetation if we can help it. On the other hand, we are trying to be doing the right thing, not only in terms of managing the runoff from this site in an appropriate manner so that it diminishes the problems that might be resulting from this development, but also to affirmatively figure out how we can help get rid of an existing problem that is present. It is not a problem that results from, runoff from this site and unfortunately, we just have very limited capacity to do this. It is a tight area. We are not going to be doing this on anybody else's property. we don't have a detailed survey to the point of knowing where each and every tree is along that lot frontage. So what we're trying to do is identify conceptually something that might help alleviate the problems that have been raised in these hearings by providing a way for water to get out of low-lying spots along the property line, with the caveat that it does have to be handled sensitively. We would want to do this very carefully so that it doesn't diminish the screening. It's something that's very definitely needs to be field fit, and it would, if the development is approved and moves forward, we would hope to have the opportunity to review this carefully in the field, figure out how to make it work, and do so in a manner that does as little damage as possible to the screening and has as little impact as possible on both the neighbors and the rest, the occupants of the future development. I don't have a magic bullet. I wish I did, but we can't alter what is happening on your properties because they're not our properties. And this is a way to try and bridge that gap, doing so on property that the developer controls and is willing to try and accommodate some improvements.
Okay, thank you both. Let's go on to the next public comment. Who's next in line here?
Mr. Petrovsky, I believe, is next.
Good evening, thank you. I just wanted to start off by saying, not to upset the surrounding neighbors, but I'm for this project. And I'd like to make a couple statements, and then I'd like to ask a question to the chairman. The first statement is, I've noticed for pretty much all of these hearings, is we waste hours talking about flooding. We live in a coastal town. We have a river behind us that needs to be dredged 25 years ago. There's no water in it at low tide. It's full of erosion mud. Maybe it's time we dredge the river and that eliminates some of the flooding problems. Until banks stop mortgaging and insurance companies stop insuring, I don't think flooding's an issue in this area. Once they stop doing that, maybe you got an issue. Number two is, how come it seems lately with all these projects that the public has to go use them? The Maritoli projects, oh, could the public go use them? You think these people want to buy property and have people in their backyards littering or doing whatever? That's another thing that should get nipped in the bud. And number three, I understand this, this project, the neighbors, and I know most of them, they don't want it. And it's just a matter of, we don't want it in our backyard, which is fine, because 250 yards away from their front steps was a small thing called the Parkside Project, which a lot worse is happening there than is happening on this property. Deforesting, blasting in a school zone, 67 units on a 1 acre property in a 4-story high rise, 250 yards from Brightwood Lane. Nobody ever showed up to argue that. And now my second thing to the neighbors is, you should get behind this, because if this, the builder decides he wants to come in here with an 830G statute, nobody's going to have any say so, and you can end up with 300 units in your backyard with lights shining all over the place and cars in and out of the place, and there's nothing that this board could do about it, because we live in a democratic town and we live in a democratic state. And my question to anybody that wants to answer from the board, is that a true statement about the 830G, that all the zoning laws go right out the window and they could do what they want on that property under the Affordable Housing Act?
Thank you, Mr. Petrovsky. I'll comment on that, but are you all set?
Yeah, that was just my last
question.
Okay,
great. Yeah. No, just for general awareness, that if someone comes in with an 830G and they dedicate a percentage for affordable, then if the commission were to deny it or approve it with unreasonable conditions that the developer didn't like, commission would have a strong burden of proof on appeal. They'd have to show that the denial was necessary to protect substantial public interests that clearly outweigh the need for affordable housing that could not be addressed by reasonable changes. So that's
so my point being, seeing that the town is low and we do need more affordable housing, that it wouldn't probably be an issue if he did come in with that. Now, I don't know the builder at all. So
thank you, Mr. Petrovsky. We got a lot of people want to speak, and we got public hearings after this, so we get that.
I'm just trying to explain to the public of what could happen. That's all. Because it happened to Parkside, and it could happen there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petrovsky. Mr. Smith, who's next? Harry.
Mr. Horn is next.
Okay, Bill Horn from the Land Trust.
Hi, Bill Horn, 246 Pleasant Point Road. Harry said that he thought it would be useful to have somebody from the Land Trust here to answer questions if the commission had questions. I can do that. I refer people to to what's been filed on the public hearing. There were, I'll just mention a couple of things. One real concern is this idea of a proposed coastal access trail. The comment indicated that this could be very expensive to build and would be a burden to maintain over the years. So if that's an important feature of, or an important consideration of the application, then that's something that I think the land trust would be looking long and hard at. And unofficially, several people have said that they think that if that's a condition, that the land trust probably shouldn't take it. But even if we were to take it, we sort of need to know where the boundaries are, where we could get to the berm. And I've mentioned that it was mentioned in the statement that I emailed to Harry. The other thing was that there were some concerns raised about potential erosion into the open space. And with regard to that, Mr. Sacco's comment that the drainage system was sized for the 25-year storm. I just mentioned I have a letter from Don Ballou, who was a professional engineer with a lot of experience and expertise in hydrology, discussing the question about increased rainfall over the years. I'd be happy to submit that for the record if people want it. But basically, a 25-year storm is based on data that was collected and summarized in 1961. A group that Mr. Ballou worked with commissioned a revaluation of that in 1996 and found that a 25-year storm was probably occurring every 10 to 12 years. And there's lots of information in the literature indicating that precipitation is increasing, continuing to increase. So 25-year storm might not give a lot of protection. It seems to me that this could be addressed with some splash pools where the drainage swales and the storm drain system exits that would eliminate or significantly reduce the potential for any sort of erosion under the low probability storms. Well, that said, I'm here if the commissioners have any questions, but I don't have anything more to say.
Chuck Andersteer, thank you, Mr. Horn. Just a couple of questions. And I understand, what if assuming the creation of the proposed trail was not a requirement? In other words, it was just left to the land trust. If someone gave you a great grant, gave you a bunch of money and say, this might work or might not, but it wasn't a condition of approval. It's sort of left to your discretion. And also, so take that off the table. Mm-hmm. Then, and you're also concerned about having the boundary staked, which obviously I think they would do that, So the thought was that I thought, don't you guys control adjacent land or adjacent property?
We do. It's to the, I guess I'd say southeast of this property. That trolley berm runs more or less north-south, and it runs from crosses a corner of the property in question here. And on the south side, it exits onto land trust property. So we do abut directly.
Okay. And I assume those are tidal wetlands as well?
It's below the mean high tide level. So it qualifies as tidal wetlands. It actually includes some tidal wetlands in the Sybil Creek drainage area directly south of Ecology Park.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense. I kind of, will state frankly for the record that, and I don't even know if we get this far, because who knows, we prove the application, whatever. But if we get to the question of the disposition of the open space, my preference, frankly, would, I mean, you guys are stewards of the land. You own the adjacent, or you control the adjacent, I guess you own it or have an easement over the adjacent property. You have some experience in managing wetlands types of properties, as opposed to a homeowners association, which frankly, who knows? I mean, they, you know, it's a shot. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, and I understand you're not qualified, you know, you don't make the decisions, but I'm trying to get a sense of interest, you know, of this, you know, if in fact, you know, you weren't required to, you could get it staked, you weren't required to, you know, put a boardwalk in or anything, but you could just manage it as a, you know, as a valuable coastal resource. Do you think you guys would be interested, or?
Yes, I think that the discussion to date is that unless we found some significant problem when we did our due diligence, that we probably would agree to accept it.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a sense of it, and I understand, you know, the disclaimers and everything else. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Horn. Anyone else? Ms. Suchins, you had a question for Mr. Horn?
I just wanted to say, because I think it's sort of a good time, because I didn't do it right when Harry brought up the email. The email that Mr. Horn sent to Harry was fairly consistent, I think, in parts with the correspondence that we had gotten, kind of outlining some of those concerns about, you know, what would be required and if there were costs and those sorts of things. So when I was describing the fact that there was, you know, a much more sort of in-depth procedural or substantive discussion that we would have, those are exactly the kinds of things that we anticipated. Was, okay, if the land trust wants to accept it and we have conditions, what is, you know, sort of the process associated with that. I mean, we understand as an applicant that, you know, there may be a condition of approval that requires us to do certain work or coordinate that. If the inclination is that we should work and the land trust remains interested, we would be willing to contribute financially toward whatever work might need to be done. You know, my understanding is there was a similar, like a $1,500 per unit contribution to the land trust on another development in town recently. That's certainly in the you know, the neighborhood that we would do. Obviously, the other thing that we have the benefit of is frankly construction equipment and materials that we would be able to contribute. So I think some of these things are the notions and the details that we needed to get into. Assuming the land trust interested, these are the sorts of things we can explore, but we could absolutely agree to a condition that allowed us to continue working with the land trust, with that being the, you know, if the commission's preference was to continue working that way and commit to a certain dollar amount for, you know, contribution or maintenance, however it needs to turn out to be.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Mr. Horn before we go on to the next public comment from commission members?
This is David Sacco. I'd just like to respond to the comments regarding drainage. I would like to clarify that when I was talking about 25 years, I was speaking with respect to the new pipe behind the homes on Brightwood Lane. The drainage report that was prepared for the town and reviewed by the town engineer is consistent with the town's requirements. It considers every storm up to and including the 100-year storm. Not only that, it is based on the latest rainfall data. I look at the rainfall data for the site specifically from National Archives, and it is up to date. It is up to this year date. It is not 25 years old or 50 years old. And this is standard practice. This is what we're expected to do. This is DOT standard. And so what we're trying to do is keep up with this. It is what is currently defined as a 25-year storm, certainly not what a 25-year storm will be in 10 or 15 years, I don't know. But we're trying to be as current as possible and design for the maximum possible condition. In terms of erosion, the pipe discharge in that 100-year storm is less than 4 feet per second velocity, which is considered to be a non-erosive velocity at for a naturally vegetated surface, which is why we are trying to avoid introducing riprap and splash pads in hard objects where we don't have to, by providing the retention, the infiltration, and the attenuation upstream to allow a more natural treatment at the end of the pipe. And in terms of the slopes themselves, this is, as Mr. Smith mentioned, a regulated thing in the town of Branford. A 3-to-1 slope is not considered to be unstable. If we were developing it to a steeper slope, we would have to provide engineering background to document and prove that it was stable. But we're comfortable with what we're showing as being a situation which is not going to be erosive or harmful to the downstream areas. We're introducing new vegetation throughout the buffer, the 100-foot buffer area, to stabilize and beautify that area for the benefit of the downstream wetlands once it gets there.
Thank you, Mr. Sacco. Questions for Mr.
Thank you for
Well, let me just ask this. Are any other commission members have questions for Mr. Horn? If not, then Mr. Horn, did you have a quick comment you wanted to respond to Mr. Sacco?
Oh, I just wanted to thank him for the clarification, and and we look forward to having further discussions with the applicant. At this point, my sense has been the communications have been pretty much one way from the land trust. I knew that Mr. Shipper had contacted the president, who he knows personally, but we hadn't really heard anything back from the applicant. So it's we're here, we're ready to talk and to work with the applicant if they decide that's what they want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Harry, who's next for the public?
There's a caller in with the last four numbers of the phone number being 0034. I'm going to unmute you, whoever's at that number. If you could please provide your name for the record before you speak. Thank you. So you should be able to unmute yourself. There.
Hi, Mike Gargamelli, 30 Brightwood Lane. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Couple of quick questions that came up just from things that happened. I heard here tonight. Mr. Horn, thank you very much. I heard you mention the land trust property being involved with mean high water being part of what that property consists of. What is the mean high water level for that area? Do you happen to know?
I don't know if Mr. Horn is an engineer that knows that.
He mentioned it, so I figured he must know the number if he knows how much property they have based on that. Yeah.
But do you have some comments for that you? Well, we're trying to move through this, so I.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, you don't have enough time for a taxpayer? Is that?
Yeah, I'd like you to please make a comment.
So he doesn't know what the mean is.
I don't know if Mr. Horn is an engineer that can address that, but
it's just that the plans had a mean high water level of 3.
Okay.
Engineers have told me when I looked into it that Connecticut's mean high water level is 2.77. Then someone pulled something out of midair that was 0.88. And then Harry wrote a letter that said it was 1.5 or something like that. So the number's been all over the place. So that's where my confusion in my every time I hear mean high water, I know that is a critical piece of information as to whether this property infringes on wetlands or not.
Okay, no,
I'm just an environmentalist, so it's near and dear to myself.
Okay.
So I've heard 3, I've heard 2.77, I've heard 0.88, I've heard 1.586, I think was what was in Harry's letter. Just seems to be, I don't think we should necessarily use the one that the applicant bought and paid for. You know what I mean? Just doesn't seem appropriate. Mr. Horn mentioned a 25-year storm, and it really, the 25-year storms now are really 10 to 12 years. That puts us about 2 years out from the next Sandy. So as I think most of you know, I was flooded in Sandy, and with climate change, sea level rise, there's going to be problems here. In recent planning and zoning meetings, and then here again tonight, there's been quite a lot of justifiable concern about swales. I've looked into swales a little bit. The state of Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has many of the similar concerns that the board has presented previously, and as well as the residents. The deep wet site, which I don't know if they'll take my chat or my, yeah, so it's, I just put it in the chat. Talks about swales, and it talks about swale benefits and also limitations. And I just want to mention a few of the limitations, because I think they play into the exact same things that we've heard on a number of occasions here from board members and others, that swales, obviously require more maintenance than traditional curb and gutter drainage systems. The deep comes right out and says that. They may be impractical in areas of very flat grades, steep topography, or poorly drained soil. So I think we've heard about flat grades, and I think we've heard about steep topography both here tonight as part of this property. So impractical in areas with very flat grades and steep topography. This is Connecticut Deep talking about swales. It also says swales are subject to erosion during large storms. So each time there's a large storm, somebody's got to go out there and address it, maintain it. Otherwise, again, my neighbors across the street are going to have problems. And then lastly, there's many others, but ones that I picked out, if there's a flat slope, poor drainage, or if mowing allows pooling of water for more than 5 days, swales can produce mosquito breeding habitat. So that kind of caught my eye. Let that sink in for a minute. Most of deep swale concerns involve regular, or in the case of large storms, reactive maintenance. Right, so that's what we're talking about. If there's a large storm, somebody's got to go out there. During the previous public sessions, the property owner's decades of neglect of Buckley Road was noted by a number of residents. I think everyone heard that loud and clear. With that in mind, I would ask that the board consider what would make swale maintenance suddenly a priority, or even a consideration for that matter. With sea level rise, storm intensity from climate change, these buildings are going to flood. I live here, trust me, I know. Dean Russell warns about swales being a possible source of West Nile virus. So this proposal is not only a poor, ill-fitting design that's hugely unpopular, as we've heard, it's now a threat to the health of area residents, our pets, and the potential new residents as well. So it's just not fostering a cohesive neighborhood or sense of community for those reasons. Mr. Sacco has mentioned something caught my ear the last time, and then he said it again tonight in almost the exact same words, that he said diminishing problems that might result as a result of, he's trying to diminish problems that might result as a result of this project. It kind of strikes me odd that the engineer is trying to figure out ways to diminish problems that were a result of this project. And he also said he doesn't have a magic bullet, which also caught my ear. So, can I share my screen?
Sure.
Hang on a second.
I mean, if Harry can figure it out. Yeah.
Okay, you should be able to do it now, sir.
Thank you. So thinking about this project, and this will be quick. This is the Deep website, by the way. This just seems like there's a lot of machinations. There's a lot of requirements. There's a lot of changes. There's a lot of things that have to be done just to make this thing work. Something that's so disagreeable to the people in the area. And I just started thinking about how many things are there, and I just a few off the top of my head, and put some of those down. So blasting, which I guess now is off the table, but was there before. There's this narrow road that's being wedged in between my house and my next door neighbor's house, where there's currently a driveway, which it's a ridiculously narrow space, let alone trying to put a two-way road in there. They've had to modify the mean high water level, which we talked about a short time ago. There's this reliance on swales, there's mountains of fill, and then there's a requirement for an alternate emergency services access because they can't get fire trucks down there. So all of these things are being done to do something that no one wants. And it just seems like an awful lot to try to wedge something in that doesn't belong there and is going to have problems on the road with climate change and sea level rise and the rest of it. So I couldn't think of what it was. And then finally it hit me. It's trying to fit Cinderella's slipper on the ugly stepsister. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Harry, who's next?
I believe someone who identifies himself as Nancy. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay.
Could you provide us with your name, please? Oh.
Did we lose? Is Nancy muted?
She was unmuted, and then should work now.
Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Nancy Witkowski, and I live on 67 South Monterey Street, around the corner from Arc Road. So I just want to say a couple of 2 or 3 things. I've lived here my whole life. I'm not going to say my age, but I lived here a long, long time before Brightwood Lane and Woodside Drive were even built. So we went through the same thing many, many, many years ago. We didn't want a development over there. And no offense to anyone, we especially didn't want raised ranches because that was like new when they were coming in. But we didn't do anything about it. We didn't go to meetings. We didn't tell the owner what he could and could not do with his property. And we liked our privacy too, where we could go down Arc Road and ride our bikes and take our dogs and let them run. And there wasn't houses. And even as it is now, cars are speeding up and down Arc Road, coming out of Brightwood Lane, coming out of Woodside Drive. And, I understand that part. You're going to lose your privacy, but I lost my privacy over here too when there was a cornfield behind us and they built 2 raised ranches in one lot. So, it's progress. It happens. And as far as the whole neighborhood over there on Brightwood and Woodside does not want it, is not true. Because I have talked to, which I'm not going to mention their names on this call, but 5 different residents who didn't care one way or another. They're like, the guy's paid taxes on this property all this time. He's going to improve it. And Brightwood and Woodside were built on wetlands. So were the condos over there. So, and the people flood now, they bought the houses. So I at the beginning of this call, I didn't have my mind made up one way or another. But now after listening to a couple of the residents from Brightwood, I'm for the project. I hope it goes through. I hope that they look beautiful, that what they're going to build, he's not putting junk in there. He's not wanting to put an amusement park or a strip mall. He wants to put nice homes in there. And another thing is, have people walk through and they can have another walking area. One thing, ecology park. And then I'm tired of people saying, well, if it doesn't go through, let the town buy it. Why should the town buy all this property that taxpayers have to pay for it because neighbors don't want it? It went through in Pawson Park. They didn't want the skating rink building torn down. They didn't want the house in Pine Orchard torn down. These people paid $1.2 million for that property. Let them tear it down and do what they want. That's what I say. So again, I'm for it. I hope it goes through, and that's it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Harry, who's next? Chuck Anderson. Sorry, supposed to.
Harry Smith, Town Planner. Claudio Richtelli is next. You should be able to unmute yourself. Let me try it one more time. All right, I clicked it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Claudio Richtelli, 23 Brightwood Lane. Obviously, there's a few people that responded that have some issues, but we're not going to talk about those tonight. My first, I guess, statement question is, where is Fred Russo and what am I doing wrong? Number one.
I'm right next to you. Oh.
Hey, Fred, God bless you, man. Good for you.
I get the joke. No, I'm in my kitchen.
Oh. So I look at the revised plans and I'm saying to myself, you couldn't fit any more stuff back behind my piece of property. So I went from 2.5 homes at 1,800 square feet, I believe they were 1,600 square feet. Now I've got a 3,200 square foot home and an 1,800 or 1,600 square foot home directly behind my house. I don't know where you guys live, but it's just, obviously we were spoiled for how many years having nothing back there other than wildlife and trees. It's just a big disappointment for me. I see where this is going tonight. I hope I'm wrong. I just wish that it wasn't as much. That's all I wish. And I wish you guys take that into account, that it's just too much for this property. It really is. My personal opinion. Again, you've heard me say this before. People are, they paid taxes on that property since 1963. But in 1963, it was that one piece of property. They recently bought the triangle. They're going to purchase Ann Hines' house. So is it still that one piece of property, or is it 3 pieces of property coming to be one piece of property? I think Barb had a great point, and everyone's saying that it's an interior lot, but it's 3 lots that came together to make one lot where this whole 12-unit process could happen. I'm so confused about that and how it could happen. And again, my other concern is the cul-de-sac, obviously. I don't want to bore you guys with it over and over and over, but I just hope you guys make a good decision, a wise decision. I just think 12 homes, and especially the duplexes now, just threw me for a loop. I thought we were in R3 and we couldn't have duplexes. I'm not sure about that, and I don't know if anyone could answer that question. If that was, was the zoning changed where all of a sudden you're able to have duplexes in R3? Harry,
Mr. Chairman, I can answer the question if you like right now.
Why not? That'd be helpful.
This section, the zoning regulations under the open space residential development section, that's 7.3. So it's specifically 7.3 B12. And it states that in the open space residential developments, single families or 2 families are allowed as development types.
So and I believe Barb was saying that there was only 1 allowed per development, I think is what, per lot?
Well, that's the interior lot question. If it's a created interior lot, is my understanding. That's tied in with that question, I think.
Okay. So
yeah, Ms. Suchins might want to comment on that later on, I would imagine.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time. You guys have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richatelli. Harry, is there anyone else who hasn't spoken who'd like to speak?
Let me look through. I don't think so. Other folks have their hands up, but I'm not sure. I'm not the best at. The woman who just spoke, Ms. Witowski, I think her hand's just still up. So I'm going to lower it. And if I don't see anybody else's hand up at the moment.
Okay, great.
So the only other, since I'm speaking, I'll just take the opportunity. That's okay with you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Harry Smith, Town Planner, just to ask Mr. Sacco about the height of the proposed pole fixtures, if he has that to hand, particularly at the cul-de-sac, but all throughout.
Certainly, I'll just go quickly to the drawing. I believe we specifically added a detail to make sure this was clear. Let's see if I can get there. The fixtures of a 12-foot
Oh,
mounting pipe.
All right, thank you. That's a lower than typical mounting height, that's my understanding.
Right, and the intent being to minimize light spill toward the neighbors and towards the adjoining neighbors.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. N. Warner has raised their hand, so I'll ask that person to unmute themselves. Could you identify yourself, please?
Hi, Neil Warner, 19 Brightwood Lane.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Again, just to reiterate what Mike was saying, there seems to be a lot of uncertainty about the creation that Mr. Sacco is creating here. We really can't afford an uncertainty on Brightwood. We're so used to the flooding and all this loss of vegetation, like my neighbor Dick Terrell said. It takes away our protective from, what protects us from all these floods. As far as a swale goes, there is a swale on our side of the property, and it floods constantly, as Claudio once mentioned. We had a big storm here about 6 or 7 months ago. That was quite a massive storm, and my friend Stephanie Bonilla, who runs Bonilla Allstate on Monowese, she said those kind of storms are going to be the new norm. So I mean, again, I got to go back to what this uncertainty is. We don't know what to expect from this creation. I mean, climate change is pretty real, guys. And as far as the 4 people around Brightwood who are in favor of this project, this has been going on for a couple of years now. We have been to almost every meeting, and nobody's ever come in favor of this. The only person who publicly came in favor of this was some guy from 7th Avenue a couple of weeks ago, and now Todd Petrovsky, who was pretty upset with us that we didn't support him on the Parkside Village project. There's an ulterior motive there. So I'll have more to say, guys, but I really hope you put a lot more concern to us than this project is. Thank you.
Thank you. Harry, anyone else?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. I do not see anyone else who has raised their hand. I'll take a quick look through the chat. I do not see anybody else. I will just, point of order, enter the document that was noted and shown by Mike G, I believe. I can't remember the last name, sorry, from DEP. Thank you. And so that'll be in the record.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so we'll close the public portion for now. And Ms. Suchins, do you have comments? You want to address any of the public comments that were made?
Yeah, I mean, I think there were a variety of them, all of which I'm prepared. We don't see anything else that needs to be addressed. So we're, from the applicant's perspective, we're prepared to close the hearing. I don't know if there are any questions on the part of the commission members that they have for us that would require us to keep the hearing open. I think that would be the deciding factor on our end, but we've said everything, and think I can respond to the public comments in closing.
Okay, let me just ask, are there questions or from any commission members before Ms. Suchins goes to her closing? Or staff?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. I just want to note that I want to reserve the opportunity to provide the commission with any additional comments as I review the new plans in more detail, and would want the same courtesy extended to the town engineer regarding the proposed addition of the yard drain, the piping system, and any other changes to the drainage system.
Thank you. Okay, Chuck Anders, Chair. Ms. Suchins, you're ready to make your closing comments then, or?
I am.
Okay.
I do have one question, just for the record, because I think it was called into question. But Mr. Sacco, can you just confirm on the record that your drainage plans and design for the stormwater are in fact consistent with the governing state guidelines from DEP as far as the guidelines for stormwater maintenance design?
Okay, Sacco, for the record, yes. The stormwater management plan and the maintenance plan that we put forward to the commission as well are both consistent with DEP guidelines for stormwater management design and for erosion control prevention.
Great, thank you. So what I wanted to highlight from that comment by Mr. Sacco, Mr. Chairman, I note that there is chat that's occurring in the chat box. If we're closing the public comment, I would ask that you direct the members of the public to finish public comment.
Thank you. That's correct. Please do not, we're closing the public comment, and we ask, the chat is not part of the record. If you have something to say, please make it part of the record. You can state it verbally, but the chat is not a chance to provide comments while or during the applicant is making its presentation.
So Mike Gargamelli, 30 Brightwood Lane, the water management system may fit the regulations or whatever the term was that you used, but that's day one, right? What about day two, year 3, year 5, right? It's got it. These people are going to be living there, right? They're going to now be subjected to the West Nile virus and be flooded at the same time. So that's my point. That's it. So I think if it fits the regulations now, that's one thing, but there's a tomorrow. Let's not forget that, right?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gardner. He's saying, okay, so what if the changes, you get more flooding, is it gonna, is gonna get worse? So that's something. He also raised the issue, is there's possible inconsistency in the mean high water marks. I think those are a couple of comments that Mr. Gardner really had made that I don't know if you want to specifically address or you think you've already addressed, but they're out there.
Absolutely. And I would also just like to note for the record that at no point has Mr. Gargamelli identified himself as a licensed professional engineer or anybody with the kind of technical background that would be able to offer an expertise on the subject. Mr. Sacco and your town engineer have both reviewed the stormwater design, the plans, and in fact have addressed those items. Again, Mr. Chairman,
we've closed public comment. I think everyone else that says something, what we don't want to get it back and forth. We'll be here all night. We've got a long public hearing after this. Miss Lucas is, I see you raise your hand again. Do you have something quick? I don't want to be a jerk either. I'm trying to be courteous, but I want to get this done.
I do have something quick.
What is it?
Just because Ms. Sushan's question, Mike Gargamelli's credentials to evaluate the scenario here, he can, in fact, evaluate the maintenance record of Branford Building Supplies. They have absolutely neglected Buckley Road all these years. They have not maintained it at all. The Ackerleys have maintained it, and Jim Lasky have paid. They get gravel twice a year. They've done all the maintenance on Buckley Road with no help from Branford Building Supplies. So Mike Gargamelli is highly qualified to question the integrity of these same builders. They have not done their maintenance with any of the abutting properties, with trees, anything. So there's a long history here, and I think that Mike has valid points. That's my quick comment.
Great, thank you, Ms. Lucas. Okay, we're going to go to the closing, and we're going to stop public comment now and allow the applicant, as we said at the beginning, that's the process. Applicant gets the last word. You can proceed, Ms. Suchins.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going back to those issues, I thought it was important to note that because in looking at the issues that are before you with respect to either the concerns raised by some of the neighboring property owners or outlined in your regulations, I would direct your attention to the experts that have presented to you. Mr. Sacco, your town engineer, Mr. Sonicson, who is a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, offered his not only his report, but expertise in other situations with tide gates and determining mean high water. The technical evidence you have in the record before you demonstrates that the mean high water at this site is in fact at 0.88. So there is no question that under the regulations, we are well above the 5 acre minimum required for compliance with the open space residential development criteria. I think the other important consideration with respect to open space is what's highlighted in your POCD. It was outlined in the response letter that we had provided to Mr. Smith's memo, but I would again direct your attention to the POCD's section 6 about preservation of open space. The current state of the land is that it's regulated open space, which is open space that has either environmental constraints or is undeveloped and may have some limitations. However, what your POCD notes is an important factor here is that public use is not generally allowed unless on public property. What is proposed in our application is to convert this regulated open space to dedicated open space. It will be preserved, and if we are able to work out the opportunity presented by the conversations with the land trust in their long-term protection, and even if we don't, the proposal is to include that, and the town would have all of the protections. As Mr. Chairman, you and I had a discussion it's probably a month and a half ago now about the ways that the town is able to enforce those opportunities to ensure that it's maintained. The other thing about your POCD is it specifically, again, in section 6.1 talks about things that are important to the town for its open space vision, including reviewing and adopting criteria for desirable open space that includes trail extension opportunities, continuing to acquire key parcels that link, protect, or buffer other open space parcels or natural resources. Again, this is all in chapter 6 of your POCD, page 52 to 54. And I think what we're showing in the plan, what we've outlined for you over the course of this hearing, is that this is in fact important open space that has a long-term potential benefit by providing the opportunity for trail connection. I think as I said earlier tonight, we're happy to offer a financial contribution on a per lot basis, approximately $1,500 to in the event that the property is given to the land trust or a similarly, nonprofit that would hold the land to do any of that necessary work or improvement for that purpose. And I think that ties into exactly what the purpose of this regulation is in the first place. It's intended to allow for, cluster type development and the long-term maintenance of the open space. And I think what you also have here in the situation of a common interest community, you're not relying on one property owner for maintenance of this open space, for maintenance of the swales, for maintenance of any of those items. The association will have governing documents, again, protected by whatever conditions of approval that you may impose on the approval. So if in fact there is no maintenance of the swale that occurs, you have all of the authority under this approval that comes with zoning enforcement, whether it's under your regulations or pursuant to section 812 of the statutes, to ensure that maintenance that the neighbors are so steadfastly concerned about is in fact maintained if the community itself were somehow to fail. We heard a lot from a number of the neighbors about, that they think there's uncertainty associated with this plan. I think when you go back to the details, there is absolutely no uncertainty. The town engineer has looked at this and reviewed the plans that Mr. Sacco presented with respect to the stormwater design. All of his comments have been addressed and incorporated into the plan. As you heard at the outset of my comments, this is entirely consistent with the state's design guidelines for stormwater management. Those are statewide guidelines that DEEP adopts that are applicable throughout the state, and ensures that best practices are used, and that's exactly what we've done here. If in fact the neighbors think that the 12-inch pipe that Mr. Sacco has incorporated into the plan isn't going to do anything for them and they don't want it, and that's what you think they don't want, fine. You can deny that part of our application or say we don't need to comply if it's not something that the neighbors want and you want to take those concerns into consideration. We can only control what's on our property. We can't go on to off-site properties, and I think the representations that you've heard that somehow we are creating, or there is going to be additional problems. We've spent an inordinate amount of time walking you through the plan that Mr. Sacco has. We've pretty much played Vanna White with that board over the course of the in-person meetings. We're showing that the drainage system is designed to mitigate and drain existing water that is currently flowing toward the Brightwood Lane properties, that is being redirected. So there will be that opportunity to mitigate some of the runoff that they have run into. I think it's important, again, in connection with that consideration, be reminded that Mr. Sacco's testimony confirmed in the documents is those swales are designed for the 100-year storm. He just said that in clarifying to Mr. Horn. These are not, small considerations. And I think the other related point that was brought up at the end was about climate change, sea level rise. He's also spoken at length during the course of this public hearing that the FEMA elevation levels that are depicted in these plans account for that. They account for sea level rise and the impacts of those. They are elevations that are higher than the levels that were seen in Superstorm Sandy, and in fact, even the 1938 hurricane, which was even larger. So all of these considerations that the neighbors seem to think have created uncertainty are in fact addressed by the technical reports that you have before you. Similarly, the questions about emergency access, it's a gate only along Brightwood Lane. The fire department has confirmed that it is satisfied. You have the comments in the record, satisfied with the design of the street. I will remind you that there's another part of your POCD that encourages you to reduce impervious surfaces. So what we have, although the neighbors have been complaining about how narrow the street is, we have a street that is compliant with what the town fire marshal, the police department, your town engineer are all satisfied with from an operational perspective, minimizes the impervious surface. And I think, again, totally consistent with both the regulation and the POCD. So I think, in sum, you're looking at the purposes of the open space residential development and the criteria outlined in section 7.3. We need to show that we're preserving land for park and recreation purposes. Certainly there is, walking trails are one of the opportunities that are passive recreation, preserving land for the purpose of conserving natural resources, preserving and protecting areas and terrain having qualities of natural beauty or historic interest. And I would point out that over the course of this hearing, a number of comments that you've heard from the neighbors is that this property has habitat, has environmental benefits, and that is exactly the reason we are proposing to ensure its long-term dedication as open space. This is entirely consistent. People are allowed to use their property, but we are doing so and have designed this in a way that is intended to ensure that it is consistent with the long-term goals of the town, consistent with the POCD and the purposes of your regulation. I think the last point that I would also make is similar to the pipe. You heard some complaints from the neighbors about the duplex units. Those were raised in Mr. Smith's his request about considering those in his very first staff report. So to the extent that they seem surprised by this, we were addressing comments. They're certainly allowed, but if the commission's determination is that the duplex units aren't appropriate, we would be perfectly happy to accept an approval based on our prior plan that does not include the duplex units. So if that is the commission's preference to take the neighbors' consideration, we would again be willing to move forward with the prior plan with the 13 unit layout. Obviously it has some other considerations, but either of the plans before you, we would willingly accept the approval. So with that, I think those are all the comments I had. And thank you very much, all of you, for your patience. This has been I think we're about 2 weeks short of the absolute maximum amount of time we could spend on this application. And I think everybody has had the opportunity to ask us questions, and I hope we've been able to address all those in a meaningful way.
Chuck Andrews here. Thank you, Ms. Suchins. Any further questions or comments or anything from the commission members or staff before we close the public hearing? Hearing none, then we'll close these matters as a public hearing. And I want to thank you, both the applicant and the public, for everyone's comments. This is obviously very heartily felt by both the applicant and the public. So I don't expect we'll do any deliberations this evening on this application. We've got a lot of other things on the agenda. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we are at 8:45. This is a commission member. Would anyone like to take a break before we move on to the third public hearing, which is Sunrise Cove? It's a zoning regulation amendment, section 3.3A, to add to address summer cottage campsites. My understanding, Harry, is that the applicant is still discussing that with affected parties and has requested a further continuance. Is that correct?
That's correct. And just so I don't forget to state it, they've also offered a time extension. So when we get to that agenda item, but he has requested a continuance to the next meeting, preferably without any testimony being taken.
Okay, so we can do that. Yeah, so if anyone's here on item number 3, we are continuing that to our next meeting. Again, that is Sunrise Cove Association, Robert Tattarella applicant, a zoning regulation amendment. So, and as Harry stated, the applicant has granted a written extension to allow us to continue the public hearing.
I personally do not want to extend the length of the meeting by any means, but I request your indulgence in a very brief break.
Okay, so with that, we will take a break. I got, let's come back for 5 minutes at 10 of 9. So we'll see everyone then.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, I see Fred. And
I just took a swim back.
okay, yeah, okay. Glad you had a dip. Who else we got here? I
Joe and Sharon.
Fred,
Joe Vayuso's here.
Joe here, excellent.
Marcy Paluzzi's here.
Okay,
Sharon Hutner is here.
Sharon, Massimo, Marcy, Joe Chadwick's here. Okay, I think we're all back then. Okay, I have Chuck Anderson here. I have 8:51, so we're going to continue with our public hearings. Next, we have a couple of applications by Blue Point Apothecary LLC, care of Timothy Herbst applicant. First is a zoning regulation amendment to zoning regulations and the moratorium to allow a hybrid retailer and cannabis establishments. The second one, which we'll do obviously second, is a special exception for the specific hybrid retailer cannabis establishment at 471 East Main Road. But we'll go obviously in the order they are in the agenda, and which is the proposed zoning regulation amendment for the hybrid retailer cannabis establishment. Is the applicant ready to proceed on that?
Yes, we are. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Timothy Herbst on behalf of Blue Point Apothecary LLC, doing business as Blue Point Wellness. Before we begin the presentation, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to inquire whether or not the commission has a hard stop with public hearings, just so I can properly plan our presentation this evening.
We do not, although we may be tempted to. It is a, we've suffered the consequences sometimes of going after 11 o'clock. And you know, we are more than willing to continue things. So, but right now there isn't. So I suggest proceed and see where we go.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, in addition to myself this evening presenting these applications for your consideration, I would like to introduce Anne-Marie Zamba, who is the Director of Municipal Compliance for Green Thumb Industries, which is the parent company that provides support to Blue Point Wellness. In addition, Neil Olinsky, who's a Senior Transportation Planner with SLR Consultants, is also here with us this evening. He will be discussing the traffic report that we have recently submitted, which is associated with the applications that you will hear and consider tonight. Before I get into the crux of the presentation, I want to note for the record that in addition to the applications that we have filed with the Branford Planning and Zoning Department, earlier today we have provided supplemental information to your staff and to the commission to additionally consider and drill down on. I think in the interest of efficiency, what I will do is kick this off and give you an overview of what we are attempting to accomplish at the site. I will then have Anne-Marie walk you through the company, what it has done at this site since 2014, what it hopes to do on a go-forward basis, assuming we receive blessing from the commission.
Yeah, Harry, are you going to raise the question? Should we do the text first, or what Harry? Yeah. I mean, we can incorporate the testimony of each into each, but how would you want to proceed? Obviously, you know, you can't get any special permits until there's a approval of a tax amendment and so forth. But I don't know how you want to proceed, Mr. Herbst.
So I think what I will do is talk about the text amendment and what we're seeking to incorporate as new language into your regulations. And once we flush that out, I would like to have Anne-Marie talk about what Blue Point is attempting to accomplish from its existing services to what would be consummated if the text amendment goes through. And then I would like, if possible, to then move to the special exception criteria. But before I get into an analysis of the special exception criteria, have our traffic expert opine on the site and the proposed future amendment and use if the amendment is approved.
So Harry,
Harry Smith, town planner. So essentially, you want to combine the two public hearings into one presentation. It sounds like you want to address both applications together. Is that what you'd like to?
We would like them together, but we obviously would want the commission to obviously vote on each of them separately.
Certainly, right. Right. Just wanted to make it clear. So, is that?
Sure. That's fine.
That works. Okay.
We can just the record will be the same for both the text amendment and the special exception.
Okay.
In my closing, Mr. Chairman, I'm also going to make sure that certain documents are made part of the administrative record, but I'll save that towards the end when I go through the special exception criteria and point by point walk the commission through that. But I want to just begin by saying that we are here before you tonight because, as previously discussed and mentioned, we have two applications in front of you. One is a text amendment to your regulations, which would take an existing medicinal cannabis facility and allow for a hybrid retail dispensary. To do so will require a text amendment to your regulations to provide specific language that would codify what a hybrid dispensary is. And then assuming that that text amendment were to pass, we would then be required to seek a special exception from the commission, of which there is clearly delineated criteria that we would have to meet and that we would, of course, walk the commission through. I do want to note for the record that, as I said, GTI presently operates a medical cannabis dispensary at the facility, which is located at 471 East Main Street in Branford, Connecticut. That facility has been in operation since 2014. As confirmed by Chief Mulhern in written correspondence earlier today, there are no identified problems or issues with the site. And I want to point out that my client has been not only a tenant in our community, but a good neighbor that has worked collaboratively with the town when called upon. As all of you are probably aware, the Connecticut General Assembly approved Public Act 21-1, which resulted in the legalization of recreational cannabis here in the state of Connecticut. In accordance with the laws of the state of Connecticut, we want to walk you through existing operations, our proposed statement of use for the hybrid facility, and how we believe that it meets the special exception criteria in the proposed section 7.2 and also the existing section 9.8F. I want to note for the record that at the existing facility, there will be no physical changes that are being proposed at the site, both interior and exterior. Based upon that fact, Mr. Chairman, GTI has not submitted a formal site plan for review as there are no modifications at this time. So in the transmittal that I provided that supplemented our original applications, section 7.2 cannabis establishments would include new language. And it is significant to point out, and I'm just going to pull it up for a second. Amory, can you pull up Amory's going to assist me with the screen sharing. If somebody could grant her screen sharing capability.
Harry, so town planner, you should be able to do, both of you should be able to share your screens or whatever you like.
Okay, thank you, Harry. Amory, you've got it?
Yes, I believe you all can see this.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see it.
all see that, right? Okay. Yeah. So these are the proposed amendments to the regulations that we are offering to the commission for your consideration. I would ask that, Emery, if you could just scroll down to the highlighted language. We are seeking a text amendment to define a hybrid retailer. A hybrid retailer, as you can see from the language that we have proposed, a hybrid retailer as defined in the June 2021 Connecticut Public Act concerning responsible and equitable regulation of adult use cannabis, Public Act 21-1, Senate Bill number 1201. We are essentially using the Connecticut General Statutes and the Public Act that was passed to provide the clear legal definition of what a hybrid retailer is. Essentially, if the commission were to grant this text amendment, it would enable the applicant to then seek a special exception to allow for hybrid retail. So what does this mean? It means that the existing facility will continue to operate as a medicinal cannabis dispensary, but will also add a retail component. There are advantages to doing this in the sense that you are dealing with a known quantity. This is something that has been in Branford for 8 years. As evidenced by the chief's email today, we've had no identified issues at the site. So you know that it has worked. It has worked without problems. It has worked without traffic congestion. It has proved to be a good use in the IG zone. So what we are proposing is the language in front of you that would now allow for the retail component. Emery, if you could just continue to scroll down. So if you can see from the table of uses, it's very clear where it would be allowed under special exception and where it wouldn't be allowed. And then if you continue to scroll down, it talks about additional application requirements that would not only define what it is, but say what is required in order for someone, any applicant, to make application. So it says here, in addition to all other special exception requirements, the application shall contain the following additional information. The applicant shall submit a map showing all the properties and uses located within 750 feet of the property proposed to contain a cannabis establishment. And then 7.20B articulates general requirements. And it says all cannabis establishments allowed under these regulations shall conform to the following additional standards. Use shall be limited to the hours of 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Sunday hours shall be limited to 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then it goes on to say in subparagraph 2 that no cannabis establishment shall be located within 750 feet of the property line of any church, public or parochial school, covenant, charitable institution, whether supported by public or private funds, hospital, veterans home, or military establishments. We spoke with your planner in response to the staff report that was offered to the commission. And based upon the collaboration we had with Mr. Smith, he was very right to point out that we should add military establishments because it's consistent with the statute. So what is before you does that. So this is the language that we're seeking to codify in the regulations that would essentially allow for this application to special exception application to proceed. As you can note, the regulation and the proposed text delineates how distances shall be measured in calculating that 750-foot radius. It also talks about buffering that might be required in certain situations. And then it talks about the standards and requirements for granting a special exception. And I should also point out in 3A, 1 and 2, it talks about certain steps that need to be taken with respect to window visibility, advertising, logos, promotions, or any other items that might be related to promotion of the facility. And I should also point out that the proposed text amendment is very clear in that it states that it must comply, must strictly comply with the provisions of the Public Act and the general statutes that are referenced therein, that can be further amended through your regulations or codified by your regulations. I also want to just, if we could just scroll down some more, Anne-Marie. And then finally, the proposed text talks about how the parking requirements shall comply with section 6.5 of these regulations, which is essentially the retail parking standard to apply to all cannabis uses. So that is essentially the text of what we are proposing for the regulations. And what I would like to do at this point, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is to have Anne-Marie Zamba of Green Thumb, excuse me, doing business as Blue Point, walk you through the existing operations and what is going to be proposed. And then with your permission, after we have our traffic analysis, I'd like to walk through each of the special exception criteria and address that point by point. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Anne-Marie.
Great. Thanks, Tim. Can you all see this screen as well?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good evening, esteemed members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Anne-Marie Zamba, Director of Municipal Compliance for Green Thumb Industries. It's a pleasure to be here tonight with you all. Founded in 2014 with 4,000 team members nationwide, what sets us apart is our people. We're a place where people comes first, not only our own, but those that walk in our doors. At Green Thumb, we're on a mission to promote well-being through the power of cannabis. Our family of 6 consumer packaged good brands distributed in 15 states and our 77 retail locations is the best place to start that journey. Our national presence is large. The last slide references 77 retail locations across 15 states. What does that mean? It means we're experienced. Specifically, we are experienced in transitioning medical markets to adult use markets. Most recently, in April of this year, we transitioned a few of our New Jersey dispensaries into hybrid facilities. We created and executed plans to ensure continued patient access and sufficient product supply to support our existing medicinal consumers. Our team, again, our people came together from across the country. We brought boots in from all over for a slow, methodical adult use rollout. Here, we have Green Thumb's footprint in Connecticut. Though Blue Point Wellness has been a fixture in Branford and the Connecticut market for the past 8 years, Green Thumb entered this market by way of acquisition in 2019. You'll note the yellow circle represents our existing grow facility in West Haven, which has been there since 2013. We also operate Blue Point Westport and Southern CT Wellness and Healing in Milford. Those operations are guided by Connecticut leadership. Most often, you'll find our market CEO, David Lipton, on the cultivation and processing floor of Advanced Grow Labs in West Haven. Tina Rollman is our Senior Vice President of Government Affairs, advocating for cannabis policy change at the state and federal levels. Nick Tamburino is likely the most familiar face on this slide, appearing before the commission twice before. He is the founder of this dispensary. Patty Marr is our amazing pharmacist, and she brings with her 5 years at 5 years with us at this dispensary and 30 years of retail pharmacy experience. She leads an amazing team in Branford. Then there's me. I'm a land use attorney by background. I formerly worked in telecommunications. I'm a UConn grad. Go Huskies. Here, we have a view of Blue Point Branford. Our existing operation is discreetly located at 471 East Main Street. We share this building with our landlords, Milano and Wannet, a civil litigation law firm. The aerial view here exhibits the 59 on-site parking spaces, as well as the 20 additional parking spaces we have contracted and secured with the gym next door for additional overflow parking. We occupy roughly 3,900 square feet. I draw your attention to the photos on the slide. They're small, yes, but they are of our existing facility. Our customers are greeted with brightly lit, warm, inviting decor. They're inviting. They welcome you to come in and learn about cannabis in a welcoming space. I'd also like to point out that the outside of the building is inconspicuous. You will not find bright flashing lights or signs causing a disturbance here. Rather, an appropriately marked cannabis business adhering to the state of Connecticut advertising guidelines. Our smooth operations all hinge on the people first mentality that we have. We have 17 dedicated, highly knowledgeable team members, 13 of which are on daily in varying shifts. And we anticipate the need for 15 additional team members as a hybrid facility. Our hours of operation are here on the slide. And of note, our typical peak store hours are right when the facility opens, 9 to 10 a.m., noon, and then again, 5 to 6 p.m. Between January and March of this year, average total transactions per day were 200 transactions. Looking at that in individual transaction times largely depends upon a new customer versus an existing customer. A new customer transaction will take slightly longer, averaging roughly 20 minutes, which allows the pharmacist to provide a consult over the phone or in person and dispense an order. An existing customer typically places a pre-order online. The order is prepackaged before they even arrive, and they receive a text or email alerting them that it's time to arrive to the facility. Security and safety is paramount to what we do. ID ScanNet software instantly verifies the validity of the government ID presented while simultaneously verifying age. This effectively bars those under the age of 21 from entering our facilities. Our operation is also required to have 24/7 surveillance camera coverage. Every inch of the facility is under constant surveillance, of which the state police and state regulators are granted full access to this. In the past, we have previously provided footage to the Branford PD at their request, and we would be happy to continue doing so as the need presents. Our cannabis products are securely stored in a restricted access area vault, entry to which is accessible only by employees with authorized access. Entry is accessible by key fobs or requisite swipe cards. Additionally, the state requires seed to sale tracking, and that products we sell be tested by third-party state certified labs before we can sell them. Entry to our facility is through a controlled vestibule, where your ID first must be validated before leaving the public space and entering a limited access area, or what we call a retail sales floor. As noted before, our cameras and people care specialists monitor for suspicious activity, public consumption, loitering. We don't want any of that. We have a zero tolerance policy for on-site consumption, which is consistent with the state of Connecticut regulations. We also utilize a carbon filtration system to eliminate any odor transfer from product. Odor is rarely, if ever, a concern, as no live products are located within our facility, and our child-proof, tamper-proof packages serve to eliminate odor. Our packaging is labeled with testing information from the state certified labs, safety warnings, and barcodes for traceability and inventory management. Here, we have some patient testimonials and reviews. On the bottom left, we have a recent review from an existing patient that has been with Blue Point Wellness for 3 years. Of note, he says that other dispensaries are closer, but he comes to Branford because of our amazing team. On the bottom right, we have a review of a longtime patient that mentions Patty by name. We love these reviews. The last slide exhibits the charitable donations we have made and continue to make to organizations within the community. A portion of our first aid proceeds as a hybrid facility will be donated to an organization of this nature. This is within our Growing for Good pillar of community and give back. That's all I have, folks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Mr. Chairman, now what we're going to do is call on Neil Linsky of SLR Consultants, who is the Senior Transportation Planner with SLR, to opine upon the traffic report that we have submitted. Before he does that, Mr. Chairman, I just want to emphasize to the commission that often we are compared to the neighboring state of Massachusetts in terms of initiatives that the states take on, and we're often compared to Massachusetts in the sense that sometimes a lot of things happen in Massachusetts first and then happen in Connecticut second. I would submit to the commission that it was a good thing for this to happen in Massachusetts first before it happened in Connecticut, because now when we conduct a traffic analysis to determine the impact of going from a strictly medicinal facility to a hybrid, naturally, there will be questions about additional traffic impact. So I think it's important now that we have actual, real, tangible reference points that we can point to, not only in Massachusetts, but in other sectors of Connecticut, to address any traffic concerns that the commission might have. And I also want to emphasize that we hired a consulting firm that does have experience in conducting traffic analysis for this type of use. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Neil Linsky of SLR to walk you through his very detailed and thorough traffic report.
All righty, thanks, Tim. Good evening, everybody. Neil Olinsky with SLR Consulting. And we did the traffic study for this project. Pretty typical traffic study, as many of you probably familiar. One of the first steps we do in a traffic study is we look to estimate how much future traffic there's going to be at the site associated with the project. And like we often do, we looked at several sources, but the main one was what it's called the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, which is really a book compilation of statistics of different land uses and how much traffic is associated with different size land uses and such. We looked at that. We also looked at an existing site in Massachusetts as well to get some bearings. But primarily we looked at the ITE data. Based on the Massachusetts site, we're estimating that Blue Point in the future, after hybrid, could be expected to generate approximately 35 to 40 peak hour trips, say during an afternoon on a weekday. That's in a single hour, the busiest hour of a weekday. On a Saturday, the statistics would indicate they would generate around 55 trips in a single peak hour. So that's what we did for our first step. We looked at how much traffic we could estimate associated with this project in the future. As was mentioned, marijuana dispensaries, hybrid dispensaries, they've really become a mature industry. And I think the fact that they're now in the ITE statistics book just goes to show that. I took a look at the ITE book, and it includes stats from several states going back 10 plus years. So that gives me some comfort that what we're looking at is what we did and what we incorporated in our traffic study for these estimates is appropriate. As was mentioned, we've worked on several of these in Massachusetts, and we're currently actually working on half a dozen in Connecticut. So there's a lot of activity going on in this realm. So that's great. The next step, when you boil it down into traffic studies, we look at traffic flow operations at and adjacent to the site, both with and without the additional traffic in the future associated with the project. So that's what we did. We did a before and after look. And really what we found was pretty good news. I mean, we're talking at and directly adjacent to the site, primarily level traffic flow, peak hour levels of service in the realm of A's and B's, and I think a few C's. And really, we're not making any of those worse. Those are predominantly already the case today. So if anybody is not familiar, a lot of traffic planners and engineers talk about level of service. It generally ranges from level of service A to F, with A being pretty free flow conditions, and then F being total congestion. So A's and B's and C's is pretty good, pretty darn good, if I must say. So pretty good story in a nutshell for traffic. Really no impacts are expected from the additional traffic from the project. We also looked at parking, and similarly, we looked at stats in the ITE book and at the site in Massachusetts that we looked at. And with what you could expect for added parking in the future, the 59 spaces on the site, the 20 spaces, so 79 total, is expected to be more than enough to accommodate the additional hybrid use. It's a pretty good, darn good story. So in a nutshell, really no traffic impact to note. Parking is expected to continue to be adequate. And it's, you know, I think it's worth mentioning that I think in the staff report, it mentioned worries about this being like a Krispy Kreme situation or a Chick-fil-A or a Sonic. I don't think that's going to be the case here, quite frankly. The hybrid use is going to get rolled out rather gradually, from what I understand, and it's really not coming in with a lot of hype or novelty. And the fact that there's going to be several, actually probably dozens of these coming online that are in the pipeline across the state of Connecticut is, I think, really going to sort of smooth out the demand. So you're not going to get a super big surge or anything at this site in Branford. So it's all pretty good from a traffic and parking standpoint. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herbst, I think you're on mute. There you go.
Would you like to save the questions for the end, Mr. Chairman, or ask the
Sure.
questions?
Yeah. Well, I think we will. I think that's okay.
Okay. So what I'd like to do right now, Mr. Chairman, is to walk the commission through the scenario of if the text amendment is granted by the commission, how does the application for special exception comport to the criteria in the proposed regulation change and the existing special exception criteria? So what I would like to do for purposes of building the administrative record is walk through that at this time as efficiently and succinctly as I can. So under 7.20A, which delineates the additional application requirements, it says that in addition to all other special exception requirements, the application shall contain the following additional information. And as referenced earlier, the applicant shall submit a map showing all the properties and uses located within 750 feet of the property proposed to contain a cannabis establishment. I will note for the record that a radial map exhibiting 750 feet in all directions surrounding the parcel has been submitted. It has been accompanied by a list of abutters located within 750 feet, and it has also delineated the associated uses of their properties. None of the prohibited uses requiring a separation buffer as outlined in 7.20B2 are found within the 750 feet of our existing medical dispensary. So that's point one. Regarding hours of operation, 7.20B1, I will note for the record that the hours that we are proposing under this special exception application are consistent with the neighboring brewery on Business Park Drive, which operates until 10 p.m. on Monday through Saturday and until 8 p.m. on Sundays. That's a very significant point to raise because that brewery is in the IG zone. And it's very important to demonstrate that what we are proposing is not outside of the norm with that type of alternate retail that I just referenced. When you go to 7.20B2, again, the radial map in all directions surrounding the facility has been submitted along with the list of abutters. So then you get into the special exception criteria of the regulation, proposed regulation, and also section 6 and 9.8. So on the issue of any windows allowing visibility into the store shall retain at least 50% open visibility to the store interior. This means specifically that there shall not be signs, advertisements, products, logos, or promotions either on the window or within 3 feet of the interior to the window within said 50%. So that's the regulation, proposed regulation. Our position is as much as GTI can comply with this provision, it will. Some of the exterior windows at the facility are glazed or tinted to prohibit those standing in a public place outside the facility from being able to see the product within the facility. This is, I should note, a regulation that has been promulgated by the state of Connecticut and one we cannot disregard. So the building's architecture, as most of you know, is unique, specifically as it relates to the abundance of windows located at the existing property. Many of these windows are free of the tint referenced above, but allowing complete visibility and natural light to in fact shine in. So to the best extent possible, GTI has tried to take advantage of the height on these windows to allow for the light and visibility consistent with the regulation. Again, we have to strictly adhere to the state of Connecticut regulations pertaining to the advertising of cannabis that was touched on by both Anne Marie and Neil. We remain limited in our advertising abilities, and our minimal exterior building signage reflects this point. We understand that if we propose any additional signage, it will require a zoning permit issued by the appropriate officials of the town. And we further understand and recognize that portable signs, banners, pennants, balloons, aerial and inflatable signs, variable message boards, freestanding incidental signage are all prohibited by the town of Branford, and we will of course adhere to those standards. I'd like to get into the parking requirements. When the proposed regulation says that the parking requirements shall comply with section 6.5 of these regulations, which would be the retail parking standard for cannabis. That's essentially what we're seeking to accomplish. And I want to note for the record that the retail parking space ratio requirement is 1 space per 250 square feet of gross floor area. The present facility occupies 3,883 square feet of gross floor area. As a retail business, we would be required to provide 16 parking spaces. We're taking it much farther than 16. There are 59 available on-site parking spaces. And as indicated in Anne Marie's presentation, we have contracted to provide an additional 20 parking spaces with the neighboring tenant as a proactive measure to address any concerns that the commission might have with anticipated traffic. Finally, getting into 9.8F of your special exception criteria. First, how does this proposed use, how is it consistent with your current plan of conservation and development? Well, it's significant to point out that the most recent version of your POCD, which we obtained from your website, is from January of 2019. And it really doesn't get into or discuss medicinal or recreational cannabis. It certainly wouldn't discuss recreational cannabis because the state of Connecticut had not yet legalized recreational cannabis in 2019. So the question becomes, in the absence of specifically addressing that issue, what other parts of the POCD is this proposal consistent with, and what other parts of the POCD does this application advance as one of your key recommendations in that plan? And I want to call your attention to section 14.26 of your POCD on page 118. And it states, and I quote, encourage or require development or redevelopment to address traffic congestion, improve traffic flow, improve traffic safety, and accommodate pedestrians and bicyclists. So, as I previously noted in 7.2b3, when you use the retail standard for parking at this facility, GTI's proposal has provided more than the required amount of parking. And I would argue that their proposal is consistent with the goals and objectives as articulated in section 14.26 of your plan of conservation and development. With respect to assessing the special permit application, a determination needs to be made regarding the location and size of the site, something the commission can consider, the nature and intensity of the operations involved or conducted in connection with the use, and the connection and the location of the site with respect to streets. Giving access to it must be such that the use will be in harmony with the appropriate and orderly development in the district in which it is located and will promote the welfare of the town. That's your standard. So I would argue that the present location of the existing medicinal facility, which we hope will become hybrid, is located in the IG2. It allows for arguably adequate traffic flow and patient access as exhibited by their stellar operational track record since 2014 that has not reported any identifiable issues to the police department since that time. This facility is located in the northeast portion of the town. It is surrounded by industrial uses. It is not near Branford's downtown. It is not near any Branford schools. It's not near any parks or veterans organizations or hospitals or medical facilities. Arguably, this is the least invasive location for this facility to continue to operate and to expand its operations. Also, with respect to design elements as articulated under your regulations, there are no new design elements that are being proposed with this application. The present operation offers a warm and inviting atmosphere in which to serve and educate patients and consumers. And as finally noted, when your regulations talk about it having no adverse impact on the effect of the neighboring area, I will point out that this is a very highly regulated industry. We do not feel that there will be any adverse impact felt upon the neighboring area because of the 8-year track record that I referenced. And this company, my client, has no plans of drawing any negative attention with the use of prohibited signs, artificial lights, or colored lights. This is a professional operation and will continue to operate as such. We believe the present building is adequate for our existing medical operations and therefore will be adequate for the hybrid facility model. And based upon the traffic study that was commissioned and conducted by SLR consultants, we believe that we have more than met our burden of demonstrating minimal traffic impact. And based upon those responses that we provided earlier today, and most importantly, I will conclude by requesting and asking that the June 2nd, 2022 email from Chief Mulhern to Mr. Smith at 11:32 a.m. be entered into the record. I would also ask that the June 1st, 2022 email from Mr. Smith, which provided us the original 1997 site plan, which we were grateful for, also be entered into the record. And also the email from Mr. Smith today at 4:24 p.m. Indicating that there were no comments as of that time offered for or against the application. We'd ask that those emails be made part of the record. But I will conclude by saying that I think it's significant that your police department has issued no type of report questioning any negative impact with respect to traffic or public safety. The chief was very clear in his communication today that they do not intend to comment on it because there have been no issues at the site. And we believe that this applicant has really done a thorough job of meeting its burden in giving you an existing location with a known quantity and a known product that has an 8-year track record in the Branford community, and taking that existing facility and allowing this hybrid model to go forward. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and the commission for your indulgence. I'm more than happy to take your questions at this time.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Mr. Herbst. Maybe we'll start, I'm sure some commission members, including myself, have some questions, but we'll start with our staff comments and reports. So Harry, do you want to review that with us?
Sure. For the record, Harry Smith, Town Planner. Let me share my screen and quickly run through my staff report and a couple other comments. So you should be able to see my staff report. It was prepared for this meeting. I am not going to go through all of the summary information I provided regarding the statutes. Some of that was covered in the presentation you just heard. I will just point out that the application is referred to the Connecticut DEP, and there was a response received stating that they believe the application is consistent with the Coastal Management Act. The application was also referred out to this South Central Connecticut Council of Governments, actually the Regional Planning Commission, and responses received stating that the proposed amendments appear to cause any negative intermunicipal impact. We did receive a quick comment from the police department, as was alluded to already. I will just flash that in front of you so you can see it. So hopefully you should see this here. This is an email from Chief Mulhern. The date was already mentioned by Attorney Herbst, and the statement in the email was that there has not been any significant history at 471 East Main Street since the move in operation as a medical dispensary. I do not have any comments regarding these applications. That is in response to an email I sent Chief Mulhern on May 24th with the application materials available at that time. And also in response to a question as part of that email asking about any complaint calls regarding the medical dispensary since they moved to their new location, current location at 471 East Main Street. So that is already in the record, that email. I just like to note that we received a lot of new information today. The bulk of it has already been covered in the presentation in terms of the information presented regarding compliance with the criteria, the special exception application. The 750-foot radius map received today as well. as well as a revised version of the proposed text amendment language. So I'd like the opportunity to fully review that. I will note that it addresses many of the comments I had in my staff report. So let me go back to the staff report quickly and just walk you through the rest of that. So you should be able to see my staff report again. The miscellaneous comments I had, as I mentioned, have largely been addressed. I'll go over in a minute. There's a couple of remaining comments I do have about the text change itself. Just as a background, as the commission probably recalls, the moratorium was enacted last December. It is currently active through this December 2022. And this application is proposing wording changes to that moratorium language. We have the one medical marijuana dispensary currently it's been talked about. There are several categories of possible cannabis establishments that are proposed in or actually adopted in the state law public acts that were enacted last year and another one this year. You may recall from our previous discussions that there was a cap on the number of certain types of these establishments. I believe that refers to the regular retail establishment, as well as what's called a micro cultivator, which can grow and sell, I believe. So the cap was one for the first 25,000 population, and a second one if you had another additional 50,000. So if you have a community of more than 50,000, you could have two. So Branford would qualify for one for those two categories. Those caps were taken away by a public act that was adopted just about a month and a half ago. They made some changes to this, other changes to the statute, but that's the most important one. Something else I'd like to point out is I would imagine a response to any potential impact of additional traffic in the first 30 days of operation. There's a provision in the statute that was not affected by this current year's public act that allows the towns, actually municipalities, to charge up to $50,000 for reasonable municipal costs of public safety related to the opening of these facilities, such as directing traffic. There is also provision for revenue to be directed to the municipalities that's listed here, and it can be spent on a variety of activities that are listed. So again, I'm not going to go through all this. Traffic study has been submitted. I'd like the opportunity to have that reviewed quickly by the town's engineer, which has not been able to, that's not happened yet. Again, I think parking has been covered extensively. There would really be no changes given the requirements. I think it's clarified that this would be treated the same as retail and that there would be quite a bit of additional extra parking available. If it may not be needed because you already have the available parking on site, but if you'd like to submit some information about those 20 extra spaces and what they would note it as being exclusively available for this use, you can enter that into the record. That would be helpful. This is currently proposed to be an allowed use in the BL zone, which is a lot of the frontage on Route 1, as well as the IG2 zone. There's nothing magical about that. This property, in terms of its specific request, of course, it's in the IG2 zone. So if the commission had any question about allowing it also in the BL, that would certainly not affect this particular applicant. So I just want to highlight that. Also, there is a potential for having more of these hybrid retailers. My understanding is, and I believe it's not contradicted by some information provided by town council, is that an additional dispensary license, even though there is one currently in Branford, could be applied for and obtained, and that potential new dispensary could apply to convert to be a hybrid retailer as well. That is my understanding of the statute, is that's possibly desirable because that route removes an applicant from the otherwise applicable lottery process for all of the other types of retail establishments and other cannabis establishments. It's created by the statute. So there's no guarantee of an applicant getting any of the other licenses, but should someone operating, applying for and obtaining a license for dispensary want to convert to a hybrid retailer, and they paid the $1 million fee to the state or a $500,000 if they have a social equity partner, they could be guaranteed, is my understanding, that they would obtain a license. So there is that consideration. There are all kinds of other requirements that were alluded to, availability of pharmacists that would need to be maintained, and there's several other requirements and limitations. I believe Attorney Herbst spoke regarding the plan of conservation development. I really don't have anything to add to that. You of course have the normal consideration of the comprehensive plan of zoning, which I can explain later. And that's basically this, the rest of this is more of the standard language you have for every application that involves a zoning regulation change. Couple of these were already addressed here. This change in the wording of the latter portions of the text change to not refer to the Public Act. I believe that was already addressed in the new revised language. Okay, so there are a couple of remaining comments on the language, and I'm just going to go and pull that up quickly. Okay, so this is the language that was referred to earlier in the same exact document that was talked about already. I note here that the definition of the cannabis establishment hybrid retailer refers to the Public Act, and you could leave that alone. I think often the commission refers to a certain section of the statutes as may be amended, and that's a possibility. You could technically change that if you wanted to. More importantly, there is some leftover language. I believe sort of the basis of part of this was a draft document I put together for the commission to consider during the last year if they wanted to go ahead and try to act to allow some of the categories that were created by the state statute changes. So what probably should come out here is this line number 8 is not currently in the regs. It's proposed here as part of that package I sort of put together and the applicant acquired and reworked. But we don't have a definition for cannabis establishment other. And also, should you adopt it the way it's proposed, this would, rather than just having a moratorium on these uses, would, until you change the regs otherwise, eliminate them from being allowed in town. And you don't have right now an definition for cannabis establishment other. So all that being said, I would recommend just taking this line out. It's not needed. It's not going to, my understanding, do anything for the application because you already have this line 7, which would allow the hybrid retailer in BL and in IG2. So that would clear that up. And it's just one of the little item here. And this is, I think, 720B, 3A. It looks like there's just a little numbering snafu with the third item, which I imagine was intended to be Roman numeral 3 under 3A. So we could fix that. One last comment is the parking standards refer to cannabis uses. It probably ought to specifically refer to cannabis establishment hybrid retailer, which is the use being proposed. Let's see, also the 750 feet, there's really nothing magical about that. That was a number I think I proposed to the commission based on a couple of regulations I looked at last year. I've seen a couple of the regulations that have a larger separation distance. That is, one thing I've seen used in other towns as a way to, and we have it in our regulations as well already, as a way to separate uses the commission may not want to see located in too close a proximity to each other. So for example, the self-storage facilities, I believe has a separation distance of 1,500 feet, if I remember correctly, so that you can't have one any closer than that. that's something the commission could look at here if they wanted to address any concern they had about that. So I think that is all I had, other than to point out and put up here communication received from town council, which I emailed to the commission, provided to the applicant, I believe. Okay. And I don't want to recap this other than just refer to it here. So I think Mr. Anskovich was perfectly clear. And if the commission has any questions about this, I can share them with Mr. Anskovich, but I think it's pretty clear and seems to refer to several of the items that have already been mentioned. And this is specifically with reference to impact of public acts from this year and 22-103 and 22-104 on the pre-existing public acts adopted in 2021. So I could move to the special exception application, just note a few comments, unless the commission wants to just stop there and have any questions for me, or you want to raise any comments, questions to the applicant. How do you want me to proceed? Oh, Chuck, you muted.
Yeah, since we're doing them all at once, why don't you cover
Go right ahead, okay.
Since that seems to be the method we're doing. And then we'll just, because I will have some questions on both, I'm sure. But
okay. Are you able to see my staff report for the special exception here?
Yes.
It's a little sideways. Again, some of the comments have already been addressed by the new information submitted. So I had a statement about missing information. I believe, I've not completely reviewed the letter. I believe it mentions probably that's a statement of use or being intended as a statement of use. If not, it probably should be. There was a statement made, there's no changes to the existing floor layout and no changes to the existing building, I believe. So that's been clarified. And that site plan has been entered into the record, just to show that to the commission. This dates back to, I believe it's the 80s, but I can't see the date from here, but it was submitted most recently in the 2016 application when the dispensary located at this property. Just to highlight a couple of things on landscaping, there are 4 trees on this plan. One of them, I think it's this one or this one, has died. It should be replaced. There were no trees along the frontage of this property. The commission in its regulations has a requirement that changes to uses and changes to site plans, actually uses requiring changes to site plans, be brought up to the current status of the current requirements of the regulations. So I would suggest to recommend that the commission consider requiring some street trees along the frontage, as has been the case with several other redevelopments and changes to uses along Route 1, as well as possibly some low shrubs to kind of screen the headlight glare from these parking spaces, which are a little raised above the surface of Route 1 here. Also, there are several non-complying lights on the property, several floodlights, and I enumerate those in the report, and a couple of pole lights that have angle brackets on them can be adjusted, and things that should be updated to reflect the requirements of the current regulations to full cutoff lights and no floodlights. This is the interior here, which I imagine they're sticking with. This is what was approved in 2016. So going back to my staff report, I guess the only thing I noticed is that in discussing this with the town engineer, he's requesting that, and this has been a requirement of several other applications, that the existing stormwater management system be inspected for any needed maintenance, such as pumping the catch basins or any issues with the pipes that might be part of that system, since this development is fairly, is a little bit older. Let's see, we've talked about traffic. You know, I did mention this Krispy Kreme opening. I understand this would be a different situation in terms of the advertising and the possible public awareness of this facility being opened. It was also, I think, mentioned that this might be one of several opening pretty close to each other, so this would not necessarily be the only one in this area or the state open at the first time, but I'm not totally clear on whether the information presented actually nailed that down. There, as I mentioned, there's this possibility of the town having to bear costs for traffic control and seeking reimbursement for up to $50,000 of that during the first 30 days of operation. I think everything else was addressed. I did provide a couple of pictures of the site here, and this one's turned around a little bit, but you can see the missing tree, which is the third one in from Route 1 along Business Park Drive, as well as the lack of any vegetation. The head fronts of the cars here, and at night you'd see the headlight glare coming out of Route 1. So that, I think, is it. Let's always look through any questions I had here and notes. Oh, there was some discussion, don't know if I caught all of it, about the possible compliance with window visibility and the signage criteria proposed, whether that's clearly able to be complied with, and maybe if more information can be provided on that, that would be helpful. And one final question is, if the traffic study incorporated the approved hotel on the north side of Route 1 opposite the intersection with Business Park Drive. So there was I believe a Hilton product proposed and approved a couple of years ago for that location, and we can provide you information about the number of rooms, et cetera. But I'm not sure whether that was picked up as part of this traffic study or not. Thank you.
Chuck Andrews, Chair. Thank you, Harry. So before we open up the public, let's turn it over to commission members. Questions, comments from commission members, either to the applicant or to Harry. Questions on the staff report.
Hi, Chuck. Can I jump in here?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I am speaking without hostility to the concept of all this, but you've probably realized by now that I tend to behave like when my dog sees a squirrel, I jump on crazy language. And 7.20B, item 3, Harry sort of alluded to item 3. And a lot of that just, I read it in draft this afternoon, and as I read it now, I start to twitch. I believe that subsection A can just be dropped. I don't think it says anything that really is more than a preamble. I think the concept, item I, any window allowing visibility to the store shall retain 50%. Any window is a problem. It could be any window adjacent to a primary entrance, any window on a public way, but we should not leave it to any window, because any window could be a window in the back that's open to a toilet room, a compounding room, or a window where you would want some degree of privacy. So any window is just, it's just uncomfortably weird language. And there should be some reference or some acknowledgement of the proportion of the window consistent with the window scheme of the street that it's in. from a public street perspective, I don't want to see these things looking like a North Philly liquor store. You know, with tiny little windows way up in the air, and you know, you basically feel like a criminal going in to avail yourself to the services. These need to be contextually appropriate to the street that they're on, and this doesn't address any of that. And the extent to which this stuff is maybe governed by Connecticut statutes needs to somehow be massaged in the language to be contextually appropriate. And Harry's already picked up the outline error of the subset 2 to the subset 2, so I'll just drop that. And that's it for me.
Chuck Kane, Chair. Thank you, Joe. Other questions, comments from commission members? I'll have just a couple. Just in the definitions, I think it's where it has cannabis establishment, hybrid retailer, and the definition, I think it certainly makes sense to track what the statutory definition, whether it's referenced as a public act or the actual statute. That said, I'm curious what it says. I mean, I can guess what it means, what a hybrid realtor or hybrid retailer is. I suspect that a hybrid, it's defined to mean someone that does the both medicinal and the recreational marijuana, but I don't know. So it would be great if we could get in the record to know what it is, you know, that it is we're approving, just because I'm assuming what it is, but frankly, it would be good to read that definition just to see if there's any loopholes of what it is that we're talking about. And I assume that the slides that were presented as part of this presentation will be made part of the record. I know Ms. Zamba had made her presentation, so if we can provide that to Harry. Question, and Harry kind of alluded to this, why it was the BL included in this. And you guys are in the in the IG2, and I don't know, was there any particular reason why you thought you should include BL, or do you care, or what?
Mr. Chairman, Harry is correct. We were working off of a draft that Harry had presented to the commission last year. It was an oversight.
Oh, okay. So you don't, yeah, I mean, obviously you'd want IG2 because that's where you're located, but you're not particularly anxious. You're thinking, hey, we're going to move out, and, or something. No, okay.
We are not wed to BL.
Okay, okay. Yeah, the concern is, frankly, this is something new, and recreational marijuana, it's new in the state, and whatever, and at least my personal preference is to sort of limit it, and one way you limit it, obviously, is you can do it only in connection with an existing medicinal marijuana place, a hybrid retailer. So that sort of limits the universe, and then you limit the locations. That's kind of wondering why do we need to expand this? And maybe in fact we want to expand it at some point, but my tendency is to start out small and probably the place where it's been going on, but and see how that goes, and then talk about expanding it elsewhere. And Harry, that would be sort of, I get what you're saying. You just take out item number 8, but item number 8, if we had a definition of cannabis establishment other, if we inserted that definition, then that would make clear that it is prohibited elsewhere. Whereas if we do nothing, it's allowed anywhere where there's retail is allowed, right? I mean, that's the concern.
Well,
yeah.
After the moratorium expires, yes.
Right.
So essentially, if you put that line in, you could just get rid of the moratorium. Then you prohibited it outside of the hybrid retailer.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, maybe we want to tweak it more, but if we did that, and frankly, we don't get to it because we haven't gotten to it in 6 months, and we seem to be bombarded with applications. then frankly, you know, it sort of puts the onus on if anyone wants to do something new, establish a new establishment, either strictly recreational or another hybrid, they would have to come in and amend the regulations, which gives us the highest discretion. That's kind of what my concern would be. So, do you guys have a census to the applicant of would it be possible, what the regulatory process through the state would be to get another hybrid retailer authorized? You know, I don't know. I thought there were limits on the medical marijuana, and but I don't know. Could someone come in and say, hey, I want to do a medical, and then get that and ask to be hybrid, and then come in other way? I don't know. Are they issuing a lot more medical marijuana licenses? I don't know.
Without further research, I don't want to speak to the issue uneducated. My initial reaction is that only present medical operators are allowed to not be subject to the lottery process. The way that Harry described it is, I don't think correct. I don't think you would be able to obtain a license and then go to hybrid. I think either anybody obtaining a license right now would have to go through a lottery process. I'm happy to provide additional research on that issue.
Okay.
Harry Smith, town planner, that would be very helpful. I mean, it's a 300-page bill. I couldn't find anything, but that doesn't mean I looked through every corner and nook and cranny of the bill at all. So that would be helpful. Thank you.
I understand. We have those people. Thank you.
Chuck Anderson here. Another question. I think Mr. Herbst and maybe your traffic expert mentioned that, hey, you know, Massachusetts went first, so we have some experience. And I think in the traffic report did look at the traffic counts based on a Springfield facility. So I guess that was the question. Was there any initial surge when Massachusetts legalized this? Insofar as, you know, we're wondering about, you know, the quote Krispy Kreme effect or whatever. Do we know? I don't know. Did that happen in Massachusetts? Who knows? But maybe you can take a look at that. Just, you know, if in fact that's something, is that something we need to be even concerned about? And then I had some of the other questions too about the window stuff and whether it complies with not, but I think that's being looked at, and Joe raised some points about maybe rewriting that section. So that's essentially all I had. So any other members of the commission have questions before we open up to the public?
Chuck, Fred Russo.
Fred.
Just a comment. In principle, I agree with your sentiments about marijuana. I have nothing against it. I don't smoke, but I don't fault anybody who wants to do it. I do believe, like you, that there should be some kind of regulation. And if that's going to be the case, I think that I would be inclined to want to do this experiment kind of with people that are already in the business, that have done it, they've done successfully, they've done it in our town, they have a great track record, and whatever we have to do to support them, I think it would be a good thing, because as Attorney Herb said, this is a new ground for everybody. And I think it doesn't mean anything if you have the wrong people running the apothecary or running the medical side of it. It's a nightmare for everybody. And so I think where I'm starting is kind of, I think whatever we reasonably recommend, I believe that this group will do it, because they've been doing it successfully right along, and they're not going to stumble up at this stage of the game. So all I'm saying is that in principle, I in general, like what I hear, what little details that you guys have to work out, we will do that. But I'm of the mind that we should be out soliciting for anybody else to come our way. I think we have probably a good group of people here that understand what they're selling, who they're selling it to, and for what reasons, and that would make our job easier, and it would be better for the town.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Fred. Any other questions, comments from any other members of the commission before we open up to the public?
Chuck, Marcy Paluzzi.
Yes, Marcy.
So, you know, I was impressed with, you know, how well the current establishment is functioning, and, you know, I have every confidence in, you know, the group that's presented this. My concerns are really over two major issues. One, just going to a public, you know, retail situation, what that's going to do to the traffic, you know, as far as increased usage and demand on the site. It, you know, it always seems crowded when I drive by there. And two, just, and maybe I missed it, you know, I just didn't hear a whole lot about the transition in other locations. So I'd like to hear more about that. And then three, you know, the hours just seem really, really excessive, you know, to be going all in right off the bat. I would much prefer to see more of a transition. You know, I immediately kind of looked at what the People's Bank's hours were and what their current hours were, and they were, you know, much more of a, you know, during the day kind of scenario. And then I looked at, you know, Coastal Liquors, what their hours were, and they were, you know, they were a little expanded, you know, and then, but what seems to be presented are the hours of, you know, down the street, which is still an IG1 zone. And, you know, that's a retail place where you go and you sit and you stay and you enjoy the you know, the beer that's there, not something that you come in and pick up. So I just kind of feel like Sunday at 8 o'clock is a very late time, you know, 9 o'clock on a Saturday. I don't think that those are necessarily good times to be promoting, picking up, you know, the use of this. You know, I think it should be something that's just a little bit more mainstream, and maybe I'm wrong. You know, that's why I wanted to, you know, sort of hear more about the transition and what's happening with the other locations and hours and all of that. So that's my 2 cents.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Marcy. Those are comments the applicant can address probably at the continued hearing. Anyone else? If not, then let's open it up to the public and see if any members of the public wish to comment. Do any members of the public wish to comment? Remember, you got to hit the raise hand and or go in the chat. I think that's the way to do it.
Or under the reactions button also. But I do not see anyone with a raised hand on my screen, and I'm looking through the chat and don't see anything there either at this point. So it appears that nobody wants to, from the public, wants to make comment
at this time. Okay, great.
This time.
Well, then I think, Harry, you indicated you would like to, oops, we got a raised hand.
Oh, Patricia Marr. So you should be able to unmute yourself, Ms. Marr.
Hi there. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name's Patty Marr. I'm the acting dispensary manager now at Blue Point Wellness. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of my background. Anne-Marie did before, but I've been a pharmacist for over 30 years and with Blue Point since 2017. And I just really wanted to extend my thoughts on our acting operation now and just the great reputation and the relationship we've had with the town of Branford has been wonderful, and what we can do to support the town through our community involvement and just the overall professionalism of our establishment now. So just wanted to introduce myself, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Great. Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marr. Anyone else? I don't see anyone else. Harry, do you?
Harry Smith, Town Planner, looking again. No, I don't see anyone with a raised hand, and I see nothing in the chat.
Great. So then my suggestion then is that we continue both of these matters as public hearings. I think, Harry, you indicated you wanted to review some of the additions that came in, as long as the draft report. Joe raised some issues about some of the language that maybe could be tweaked. And I think there were some other questions that maybe Marcy raised some good questions about the hours and some other things, questions about the operation. So we can we can continue this to our next meeting, which is when? It's our
June 16th.
June 16th. That would be a remote meeting as well. And does that sound okay with everyone? Is that okay with the applicant, Mr. Herbst? Does that work for you?
Mr. Chairman, that is okay with us, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so then we'll continue these matters as a public hearing on both of these items, number 4 and 5, to our June 16th meeting. It's 7 o'clock again, a remote Zoom meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so then that brings us then to item number 6 of our agenda, which is 33 West Avenue LLC, Robert Regal, applicant and owner, 33 West End Avenue, special exception modification for a 2-family home. Is the applicant ready on that one?
I'm looking for Mr. Regal. Actually, maybe I'll ask if I think there is someone here from Criscolo Engineering, not Jim Preddy. I don't know this individual, at least in terms of the names listed in the on my screen here. So if anyone's here representing the application, you could raise your hand and I can set you up. There it is, Jeremy Gannon. All right. I'm going to make you a co-host. You should be able to meet yourself. Yes. All right. So you from Criscolo Engineering?
Yes, I am, Jeremy.
All right. Nice to meet you. Okay.
Nice to meet you as well.
Is Bob Regal here tonight? I did not see him noted under his name. Is there anyone else I should make a co-host? It's representing the
I'm
applicant.
not sure. I don't think so. So I can take this one.
Okay.
All right. I'll just share my screen quick. All right. 1 second. All right. Well, give me 1 second. You can't see my screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. All right. Well, it's not working, so I'll just go off the head.
Oh, I can pull the plan up probably if that's helpful.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be great. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Okay. Okay, let me share my screen, and I don't know how much of it I have here.
Yeah, that'll work perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so once again, we're seeking an additional special exception for another 2-family dwelling on this lot. This would be the second phase, which this property's already been through a change of use to the mixed use zone. Special exception for the first 2-family dwelling, which is in the bottom left of the parcel, and a minor site plan modification for the parking lot. As for the parking regulation, the regs require 12 spaces and currently we have 16 provided. In addition, for the new roof area drainage, we've provided 20 linear feet of 24-inch stormwater galleries, which is more than sufficient for the new dwelling. And as for some questions that may be challenged, we would like that the lighting will align with the typical standard residential regulations where all bulbs will be less than 100 watts or 900 lumens. And in addition, as for the landscaping question, we would like to submit those as well, like the first two-family dwelling, with those be with the submission of the building permit.
Thank you. Is that all you got?
Yeah, that's pretty much all I got.
Okay. Harry, do you want to review the staff report?
Sure. Harry Smith, Town Planner. This is actually from the staff report. It's an attachment to our report. Actually, this is prepared by Evan Brining, who's not here tonight. Based on the report and his review, all the bulk standards are met. There was a excuse me, just take a quick extra look. I don't believe there are any standards that are not met, any of the bulk standards. We'll note that the lot area per unit is complied with in terms of there could not be an additional unit added to this development under the current existing MU regulations. They have essentially maxed that out. So the regulations require 5,000 square feet per unit, and there's essentially 5,176 square feet for each of the units proposed here. So as was noted, landscaping plan has not been provided. That is something that's typically reviewed by the commission. Sometimes if there's a limited amount or limited need, or there's a modification or a waiver requested and there's a minor change, the commission's deferred that. Typically, a whole landscaping plan has not been deferred to the zoning permit or the building permit level, but that's something the commission can consider, of course. The lighting requirement, certainly you can limit the lights to less than 900 lumens, which means they would not need to be full cutoff. That's about the light level of a 100-watt incandescent bulb. Just give you a reference point. So other than that, it meets all the requirements and the standards. I mean, this is a mixed-use zone. There's very, I'll say this, the regulations, the requirements of that zone are not very extensive. There's no requirement that there actually be a commercial use in the property. So this proposal to have all residential is allowed. I think previously there was a proposal, going to be a building in the back, which was right about here, was going to have an apartment over a garage. And then you'd have the existing two-family and the proposed two-family. And just so you've seen this, I'll just show you the elevations, which were attached to the staff report. Just wanted everyone to, if any of the members of the public looking at this, they've seen this. This is what's proposed. I think front, I believe, is facing West End Avenue facing south. So there is, front doors coming out towards the street, I believe, with a porch proposed. Rear, some limited windows here. And then the left side would be facing east, I believe. And I'll take that back. Left elevation, I believe, is facing west, and the right elevation facing east. Is that correct, Mr. Gannon?
Yes, that's correct. And the only thing I would add to that is the only real difference between the other building that was already pre-approved is this one just doesn't have the wraparound porch. But yeah, you're correct. The frontage does face south towards West End Ave, and yeah, you had that all correct.
All right. And the wraparound porch, I just noticed the proposed, that was on the corner. This is not on the corner.
Yeah, so the one towards the west there, that one was the approved one that's been as built. But the one that we're going for now is the one west of that.
Okay.
That doesn't have the wraparound porch.
Yeah. There's no sidewalk along the frontage of this. I believe that probably was addressed the prior application. If it's not in a high priority sidewalk area, I don't believe there's any other sidewalk I'm aware of along West End Avenue. It's a pretty low traffic street, very narrow in portions. And as you can see, it sort of takes a pretty extreme turns here around the property. And just show you quickly the floor layout, side by side dwelling units, duplex. This, I believe, is the first floor, and this would be the second floor. And this would just show you a little more detail, the proposed pavement for the driveways and the parking lots here. I think having this parking lot close to this portion of West End Avenue kind of speaks to the need to have some landscaping, particularly here, screen the parking lot from the view of folks living on the opposite side of West End Avenue. So I'd really be interested in seeing sort of a landscaping layout, particularly for this area here, fronting West End Avenue, probably from here over.
Yeah, I think that was the old proposed layout for the driveway, correct?
It's what we had in the application submittal. So it includes the proposed 2-family. Is this different now?
Yeah, so I believe that was the 2014 submission.
I'm sorry. All right. I don't know why that's included here.
Yeah, I just think that was the old submission that was approved. If you
Well, it shows this, wait a minute, this shows this proposed commercial buildings, but they're not.
Those are no longer included. No, the new one only proposes. Yep.
All right. Well, this was, I'm assuming this was in the file, and this way I haven't attached it to a staff report, but it does show the proposed 2-family here.
Yeah,
So,
I believe that was a 2014 approved lot. And then we
okay, so at this point, there's no parking proposed here. It's all going to be
correct. Yep.
Okay. All right. So that final sheet is not part of this application as far as you're concerned.
No, I just think that was an old one from 2014 that was approved. Yeah, correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck Anders Chair. Thank you, Harry. Yeah, I kind of remember this. I think it is in a mixed use zone. I thought the original approval did call for a mixed use, and it's, it raised a little bit of eyebrows in that it's 100% residential use, probably at a higher density had it remained in it. Was it an R3 or was it? I think it was an R3 originally, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. So
but that's before I got to town.
Right. So if you think about it, whatever, we rezone it to MU on the representation that there's going to be commercial, and it shows a commercial building, and the MU allows a higher density, and then it essentially becomes a 100% residential, which you in a way that you could not have done had it remained R3. So I mean, it's still available. It's still zoned MU, and that's allowed. But it just seems a little bit of a legalistic, a little, question, because it is in mixed use. So, in any event, I think, but it does conform with the regulations. Any thoughts, comments from commission members before we open up the public?
I have comment. I just would like to encourage the builder to consider making the roofs solar ready, so that if at any point in the future the residents would want to install solar panels, that would already, the infrastructure of the roof would already be there, as well as making the electrical system ready for electric vehicle charging. So I would appreciate those considerations. And I would like to see the landscaping plan, because I would like to see how many native plants are being considered. So I would appreciate that.
Chuck Anderson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Any other questions, comments? Do you want to open it up to the public? Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this Harry, do you see anyone?
I don't yet, Harry Smith, Town Planner. I don't see anything in the chat. Now, and again, to remind everyone, under reactions button, you can find the raise hands feature. It's *9, I believe, if you're calling in. No, I don't see anyone.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from commission members or staff? Mr. Gannon, you got any comments? Anything else you want to add to this?
No, I think that just about wraps it up. Like we said, we'll keep the lighting within the residential standards of that. And as for the landscaping plan, we're more than happy to submit that with the building permit. So that's all I'll add.
Maybe just for the record, should the commission want to proceed and close the hearing and not require the landscaping plan, that's your desire, I would just throw out there, just so the expectations are kind of fleshed out a little bit, would suggest to consider street trees along the frontage, as well as some foundation plantings on particularly the building being proposed. I can't remember what's on the existing building that was just built, but those would be my suggestions, and natives were mentioned by Ms. Leitner.
Marcy Paluzzi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, aren't they required to submit a landscape plan, or is it, or not, because it's an MU zone?
They are required. It's a special exception, so they are required to submit a landscaping plan. Even for a 2-family, we've required one. For example, on North Harbor, I think there was some arborvitae required to screen the parking area from adjoining property, and the foundation plantings were proposed as part of the approval, and that served as the planting bed. You know, the planting bed was the front yard landscaping essentially, but that was all that was proposed, but that was on the plan.
Well, it's just hard for me to tell from the site plan. You know, they show some existing trees, but they're not marked as to the size. So it's really just hard for me to, I unfortunately didn't have a chance to drive by there. And I thought, if I remembered this right, there was a question about the right of way on Swift Street to the back. I don't know if that's been resolved towards.
I can't recall. I think they're proposing abandonment on this plan. And frankly, I am not up to speed on every little detail. So Evan has been reviewing this one, and I think that is going to be available, and they're proposing that for abandonment and showing parking spaces in the right of way.
So
but I don't know where that stands.
That's what I don't understand, is that town.
I don't know whether that's a note from a prior plan or that's being proposed now by the property. I mean, it would need to be abandoned by whoever owns it. So I'm not sure. It might be a paper street technically owned by the property owner here. I'm just not sure of the status of who owns that.
Well,
property line for special warranty deed, and there's a volume and a page number noted. So I don't know if that's the area here. Let me share my screen quickly. Wait a minute. Whoop.
I think it looks like it's just copied from the prior plan. Wouldn't the town have to abandon
it? Of course, yeah. But it may not be town owned. So it might be a little different in terms of who would instigate it, but.
I mean, when I look at the two plans, the 2014 plan and this plan, I think the reason they did the parking between the buildings was because of the ownership on that right of way. And if they have ownership of it now, to put the parking there, that's fine. That's better to have the parking removed. It makes it a little bit more, green. Well, but I'd like to see the landscape plan to really understand how big those trees are that can now remain, which is a good thing. And what kind of privacy they're gonna, how they're gonna address the common spaces between the three buildings.
All right.
You know,
Well,
how does that relate to each other? And I think that has to be supported from a landscape perspective.
I appreciate all those comments, and considering the fact that it's 2511, and I would suggest that possibly continue the public hearing so we can determine the status of the right of way more clearly. And in the interim, if the applicant could possibly come up with some information about the existing trees and possibly a landscaping plan, I think that would be very helpful. Recognizing that you may want to adjust the landscaping plan at the point of the building permit issuance, but for a minor amendment to the landscaping plan, that could be done by staff, or a major one could come back to the commission at that point.
Is that acceptable to the, Chuck Anderson, is that acceptable to the applicant? We continue the public hearing, so we investigate those things, both the abandonment and the landscaping issues. Where's Mr. Gang? Where's our?
Should be able to unmute yourself there. Yeah.
Yep, sorry, I had it muted. Can you say that again? Sorry.
Yes, we're proposing continuing the hearing to address two things: the status of this abandonment, and then also the landscaping issues, both what's there now, and then possibly, a landscaping plan, additional stuff that may be needed.
Sure, that works for me.
Okay, so then we'll continue this matter as a public hearing to our June 16th meeting. Again, it's a remote meeting. Thank you. That brings us then to minutes. Minutes were sent to us, the minutes of the May 19th, 2022 meeting. If you had a chance to review those, and if somebody want to make an appropriate motion.
Chadwick moves to approve the minutes as submitted.
Motion made by Joe Chadwick. Is there a second?
Fred seconds the motion.
Fred seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick, are you in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Joe Vayuzo.
Ayuso in favor.
Fred Russo.
Fred Russo in favor.
Marcy.
Marcy's in favor.
Chair is also in favor. So minutes are approved. Brings us then to old business. Item number 1, Joseph Lepra, applicant owner, 1519 Church Street, a site plan addition of a single family and 2-family dwelling to the property. Are we proceeding with that?
Yes, I am making Mr. Lepre a co-host, and I will be able to put up the plans. I don't think he's able to do that. So hold on one second. So I think you should be able to see the first sheet of the plans, which is demolition plan. So Mr. Lepre, you can tell me what you want me to have up here.
Sure. For the record, my name is Joe Lepre. I live at 14 Flat Rock Road. I run a business in Branford. This is a project that we've brought in front of you. I believe this is our 3rd trip in front of you. This basically shows an overview of our demolition plan. I'll make it kind of quick. The structure in the front here, this old building, which used to be Reynolds Studio. Our proposal is to dismantle that building. It's a non-conforming structure. That would get that non-conforming structure out of our way, which we did go to ZBA. And we have their positive graces on that. If you could go to the next plan, Harry. So this plan shows an overview of what our new site would look like. You could see the hashed lines here. This is the old building we would be taking down. And this would be Church and Meadow, obviously, in the corner. This would give us the opportunity to build a single family 2-bedroom apartment with a garage, okay? And that would keep that separate. We would be conforming where we would, I believe it's the The sideline we're conforming. We received a variance, I believe, on the setback, on the one variance we needed for that structure. We would change the entranceway around, create a new curb cut that's going to be coming into the property. We would build two family house, 2 bedrooms apiece in this area, with garages for the cars from the rear entrance. So basically our focus here was to bring the cars in and keep the cars screened from the road. So this way here, all our parking would be right in this area right here, up against a higher elevation. It's not to have to worry about headlights or anything like that. We'd also have parking based upon the 3 garages that we have, with additional spaces behind the garages, which would basically add another additional 3 spots. You could, as you could see, we have our lot coverage and everything right in here, based upon the IG1 zone. Let's see. Based upon the zoning, we meet all those requirements. If we could see the next one, Harry, I believe that's a drainage. That looks like the same one.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to want to, oh, there it is. Is that the right, that's the right one, yeah.
No, that's not it either. That's the anti-track and pad. Try the next one.
Grading. It's the planting. I don't see anything specifically with drains. I see soil erosion control. Is that?
Okay. No, that doesn't show the galleys that we have in there now.
Is that a detail sheet?
Yeah, try that one.
It's
Try that. So that grading plan, that's not the right one. That one there.
It comes up with the same.
Yeah. Okay. Go to the plant and then that next one down.
Yeah, I can't get that third one to open up for some reason.
Okay. All right. That's fine. It's fine. I'll use this landscaping plan.
Okay.
So we today submitted a complete plan for drainage. So it might not be on here right now, but we do have the plan. We were asked by the town engineer to provide calculations. We had done percolation tests, and I had a engineered stamp drawing consists of a dry well in this area right here of the parking lot. That beehive dry well will accept all the rainwater. So all our downspouts will be piped into this beehive, and we'll also be taking a partial area of this paved area here. Our grades will then come to the front of the lot, where we'll have 2 catch basins right here, which will pick up the water coming out of the property. Those 2 basins will be piped together, and there will be a drainage system put in here. We're gonna have 10 4x4 galleys that'll be put in stone that will hold back our water. There will also be an overflow pipe. You can't really see it, but there's a catch basin here. We'll be tied into that catch basin on an overflow of our galley system. But right now our galley system is designed to hold the first, I believe it's inch or so of the water. Again, the engineer stamped the drawings for that. He did all the calculations. It's important to note that the existing asphalt that's there now, we are only adding 800 additional square feet of asphalt to the project. So in comparison to what's there now, and what's there now has no drainage system. So we are, drastically increasing the effort to keep our water on our property. Now, as far as the landscaping plan, you can see we've done an extensive plan as far as our street trees. We worked with the Center of Town Review Board in creating a wall in this area here, which allowed us to drop the grade in this area. And by allowing us to drop the grade, it makes the sidewalk and the grade fairly level, which will give us a nice, consistent streetscape all the way across our property. We've done foundation plannings. Again, we had all this, we've gone through this with Center of Town Review. They were very pleased with our landscaping plan, as they also were with our elevation plans of the new houses. Then, do we want to see the elevations, Harry?
Sure. Some of these I'm having trouble opening them.
Yeah, I see. I tried down lower in this area.
Now, are these any different than the other set? Because I've got the other set up here.
Yeah, maybe you might want to try the other set.
Yeah, I'm going to use that because it's just not happening.
It's too late in the night. It's not working correctly.
Okay, so this is the, all right, so let me show you just in case, so everyone would, here's the drainage plan, I believe. And that's been
Correct.
reviewed by the town engineer. So the galleries were
right up in this area. I've got the
in here?
4x4 galleys in here.
Okay.
These are the 4x4 galleys with the overflow. And this is the beehive dry well, which is going to accept the roof leader drains. And I believe if you scroll
so
down,
these are the galleries down here?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
As you can see, these two catch basins here, okay?
Right here
these
and here.
Yes, these are piped together, which are piped into our galley system. And as you can see, our percentage of slope, we're pitching all the water out. So we're going to be raising this slightly just to pitch this out. And as I was saying, the excess, we're going to pick up some excess water into this dry well. This will have a catch basin top on it. And like I said, it'll suit two purposes.
Okay.
Right.
And going to the elevations, let's see, that's the floor plan. Here's the elevations for the 2-family.
Right, so this is your elevation plan for the 2-family that would be facing Meadow Street. Okay, as you can see, we followed the directive of Center of Town Review as far as the windows and the overhangs for the porches. This would be this is the front view. This would be the back view, where you'd have the car access and our secondary entrance and our decks. You have the next one, Harry?
Yep.
So this is our single family home that will be facing Church Street. So this picture here would be facing Church Street. And what we tried to do with this is to stay basically in the same plane and the same look of the houses that are coming down Church Street. Center of Town Review was very happy with the way we kind of maintained how the look of the other houses coming down the street look. again, we took their suggestions in some of the windows and some of the sizes and the grills and the way they wanted it to look. So what else do we have?
Streetscape.
Right, and then this is going to be our last picture. This is our view of Church Street. This is the existing house right now that we're currently working on. If anyone has been by, but we've currently we're starting to renovate this. It's got new siding on it. So this will be your view from Church. This is that new one family. The red line indicates the existing building that will be taken down. So you could see how it will definitely improve this corner by taking that nonconformity and pushing it back. Now, as you turn the street, now we're running on Meadow Street. So this would be the view from Meadow of the single family. Again, you can see the red outline of where the existing is. And then this would be the two family. And this would be obviously what we'd call the front, because it would be facing Meadow. And as you can see, this is our curb cut. And what we really shot for was the elimination of the seeing the cars in the back. And you can see we have our street trees alongside both Meadow and Church. And with that, I'll open it up to pretty much we're all set.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lepper. Is it? I'm probably mispronouncing your name. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Lepre.
Lepre. I'm sorry.
Yes. Italian.
Harry, you want to review the staff report?
Sure. Harry Smith, Town Planner again. Just quickly, again, this was a report prepared by Assistant Planner Evan Brining. I'll just widen it out a little if I can do that. At this point in the hour, I'm not going to bother doing that. So again, I think it was noted, use variance was obtained. This plan was actually referred to the commission, I believe it was a month or two ago. And there was no negative comment, I recall. So the Zoning Board of Appeals went ahead and issued a variance. I believe I requested as staff that they can include a requirement for a site plan review, hence the application for me right now. Everything's been explained. It meets all the bulk requirements. The only exception here is the 15 feet. I believe that was the variance to the front yard setback that was mentioned by Mr. Lepre. There is no this front yard landscaping here shown. There's no planting bed per se. However, that okay, let's see what I've got here, is so close to the street that essentially the planting bed serves as the front yard landscape. There's really no need for it to be differentiated. It's such a close proximity to the street, which makes sense in that area. So I don't think you need to issue a modification or anything. It just recognizes the planting bed essentially is the front yard landscaping. The side and rear landscaping has been provided. Parking more than sufficient. I believe, don't know if we've seen a plan on lighting, so that's something that's missing at the moment, but that's a detail maybe you're going to pick up when you get to the zoning permit, building permit stage. As mentioned, the erosion controls, drainage has been explained. The town engineer did request that pre and post development calculations be provided, and I believe that's on the amended sheet that we could not pick up. But I think at this point, since that came in late in the day, I would suggest an additional condition to cover that. But before I get there, I'll just note that the Town Center Review Board, of course, reviewed this. They voted to issue a positive recommendation regarding the approval of the plans. and appears all the special exception criteria are satisfied. So there's two proposed conditions here, which would be prior to start of construction, erosion control measures would be installed, satisfaction ZO maintained. Number two would require all lighting fixtures proposed to meet the full cutoff requirements or be less than 900 lumens, which is 100 watt incandescent bulb, and all the usual requirements, fixed non-adjustable arms, color temperature be less than 3000 degrees Kelvin, and all the information about the light fixtures be shown on cut sheets and so forth. I would propose a third condition here that would read, pre and post development stormwater drainage calculations shall be provided for review by the town engineer prior to the issuance of a zoning permit or the zoning authorization with the issuance of a building permit. And that's all I've got.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Harry. Questions from any of the commission members for Mr. Lepre or Harry? If not, this is not a public hearing. I don't think we need to open it up. It appears that this conforms with our regulations. Town Center was happy with it. Does anyone have any comments? And if not, does someone want to make a motion to approve the application with the three conditions, the two written ones and the third one about the pre and post stormwater calculations that Harry just mentioned?
Make a motion that we approve the proposal with the three conditions. Fred Russo.
Okay, Fred makes a motion to approve. I understand, Marcy, you're not sitting on this, is that correct? You recuse yourself?
She just unmuted herself. Marcy, are you there?
Yeah, yes, I'm having a hard time seeing it because.
Yeah, so okay, so Marcy's recused herself. So who's up for voting then?
Quite frankly, I don't know. I think Sharon, I believe you might have voted last. Does that sound right? You should be able to unmute.
Sorry. Yes, I did vote last.
Okay, so that would leave Massimo, you're on.
Massimo, are you here? Yeah. Okay, you're on. Okay, so there was, Fred made the motion. Someone want to second that motion?
Iuso seconds.
Joe Vayuso second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick in favor? Joe, are you in favor? Yeah, for some reason we can't hear you. I don't know why.
Just nod a little more vigorously. We'll count it as a vote.
Okay. Joe Chadwick says favor. Joe Vayuso. Okay. I heard Joe say yes, right?
Yes, I did too.
Fred in favor?
Fred Russo in favor.
And Massimo?
Massimo in favor.
And chair's also in favor. So application's approved. So thank you.
Thank you to everyone.
Okay. So that brings us in to finish the old business. Item number 2. That's a 2-lot subdivision coastal site plan just came in. So we're going to table that one. Is that right, Harry?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then new business items 1, 2, and 3. These are all new applications that we don't have dates yet. So we're going to table all of these. Is that right?
Yes, and we may set the public hearing if you want to do it with the standing provision that that would be done by you and myself.
Okay, yeah. So that's good for the public hearings that we need to set. That would be at number 2, I guess, right?
Yes.
Okay, that brings other business. What's going on to interpretation of 6.20? Is that something we need to do?
Well, time is a little bit of the essence here, so hopefully we can get through it very quickly. I'll share my screen and go over a memo prepared by Evan Brining, our assistant town planner. Again, my name is Harry Smith. You should be able to see the memo right now. I'm going to drop right down to the hopefully attached picture, which unfortunately this is sideways. I can try and turn my screen. I'm not going to actually bother. I hope you can follow it. This is the provision with the element in the building design, this proposal we're talking about. It's looking at the top, you can see this is a pretty large building anyway, and this is a pretty large cupola, which is what it's labeled as. my understanding is the intention of it is to provide a light for a stairwell that it extends down through the floor, is right underneath it to the first floor. So let's see if I can find that. Actually, I don't have that sheet, but that's the floor plan shows that. So going back to the question is our current wording in our regulation under height. These are things that are exempted from the height limitation. And there's a whole list here. We're talking about items that are not for human occupancy, and ornamental cupolas is listed. So the question is, what's an ornamental cupola? Is it for human occupancy? What's for human occupancy? So underneath this element, it's basically open to the air, to the whole floor layout below it for 3+ stories. There's nothing up here proposed on the floor level. At that level, it would just be a giant open air aperture, or if the windows could open. But it's just to provide light. There's nothing there. There's no way to sit up there, be up there. So I don't know if there's occupancy or not. Is occupancy the fact that people are in the building below and the air is open to that element? I don't know. I do have a couple of dictionary definitions I came up with. This is, I think, from Funk and Wagnall's dictionary. And it says a small vaulted structure, usually hemispherical, rising above the roof of a building. Well, seems to meet that definition, but I'll leave that to you. And then I have another dictionary definition from an American Heritage Dictionary.
Harry, not to interrupt you, but to cut to the chase, this is not a cupola. This is not a belvedere. This is a monitor.
The monitor.
It's regrettable.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
It is regrettable that
up,
whoever
Joe, on that
submitted
one.
this does not understand their own terminology well enough to put the correct label on their product.
The monitor?
It's
I don't know what a monitor is, but what's the difference?
Harry, Frederick, so the old monitors were put in factories. Look at all the old factories.
Yeah.
They didn't have a lot of electrical lighting. They used those for light and for ventilation.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, I'll go with the experts.
All right. So
I'll go with
that
the
means they'll
architect.
have to go to get a variance, and that's fine. I mean,
No. In point of fact, it's not habitable. You can't sit there and look out the window. You can't occupy useful square footage. It just brings light into the lower floor. It's a skylight.
Yeah, I get it, but if it's not, well, you tell me. If it's not mentioned in the regulation, which does not use the word monitor, it uses the word ornamental cupola.
Well, cupola is totally different, Harry.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. I'm just wondering. The question is, does it fit in this paragraph?
No.
If the answer is no, then that's the answer. Okay.
Okay.
Great. Okay, that's the answer.
All right, that's the answer. Okay.
Yep.
Then we're done. Thank you.
Okay. Any others for the planner's report?
No, I'll just note that we finalized all the approval steps, or the actual noting. Excuse me. We did all the steps we needed to do to follow through with the approval of the affordable housing plan.
Great.
So that's all done.
Did everyone speak who wanted to speak about cupolas? I mean, I didn't mean to cut people off, but it is whatever after 11.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just,
Okay.
Okay, good. So
I apologize for stepping in, but I've got a dog.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's good.
I thank you. I defer to your
Thank my dog.
Being an architect. You're the man. You're the man. Get us out of here. So anything else, Harry?
I have nothing else.
Okay, great. Someone make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Seconds.
I second. Sharon Hunter seconds.
Everybody seconds. Okay. Hey, all those in favor? Joe Chadwick, you in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Joe Vayuzo.
Vayuzo in favor.
Fred Russo.
In favor.
Marcy.
Marcy's in favor.
Chair's also in favor, so we're adjourned. Thank
Out
you.
at 11:04. Thank you.
Yep.
Good night.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at BranfordTV.org.